Milwaukee, late 1980s. A quiet apartment building sits under the soft glow of streetlights, its halls still, its windows calm. Inside, a young man moves through life unnoticed, polite, soft-spoken, almost invisible. To neighbors, he was the quiet one. The one who kept to himself. The one no one ever worried about. His name was Jeffrey Dahmer. A man whose calm exterior hid a growing storm of loneliness, obsession, and darkness he could no longer control. This isn't a story of shock or gore. It's a story of how isolation shapes a mind, how warning signs slip through the cracks, and how a city slept beside a quiet neighbor with unimaginable secrets. Over 15 chapters, we'll walk through Dahmer's childhood shadows, his early obsessions, the life he built in silence, and the investigation that finally revealed the truth hidden behind his door. So settle in. The night is quiet, the city asleep. And this is the story of Jeffrey Dahmer, told one calm chapter at a time. Subscribe to True Crime Records for daily sleep-friendly and true crime documentaries. Chapter 1, A Troubled Beginning, Childhood Shadows. Jeffrey Lionel Dahmer was born on May 21, 1960, in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, a place known for quiet suburbs, family routines, and ordinary American beginnings. Yet even in his earliest years, there was a stillness around him that others didn't quite understand. It wasn't coldness. It wasn't anger. It was more like a distance, a soft, unreachable space between him and the world around him. His father, Lionel, was a hard-working chemistry student, logical, scientific, absorbed in textbooks and experiments. His mother, Joyce, was anxious, sensitive, and often overwhelmed by struggles that went unseen. Their home was not violent, but it was strained, full of tension that settled into the walls like dust. Arguments simmered quietly. Affection was rare. And young Jeffrey, caught between two emotional worlds, learned early how to disappear into silence. Neighbors later said the boy had a lost look, like he was watching life from behind a window. He didn't complain. He didn't act out. He simply drifted, calm, quiet, oddly alone even when surrounded by people. There's a saying that childhood is a mirror. It reflects not only what a child sees, but what they don't. In Jeffrey's case, there were long hours of solitude. Days spent exploring the woods behind his house. Afternoons spent watching insects crawl along the ground. He observed the world more than he joined it. When his father discovered that Jeffrey enjoyed collecting small animal bones he found in the woods, he thought it was innocent scientific curiosity. Lionel, being a chemistry student, had once been fascinated by the same things, the shapes of skeletons, the way nature worked. So he encouraged it. He didn't see danger. He saw a quiet boy showing interest in something. But for Jeffrey, this curiosity wasn't social or creative. It was private, a secret world that belonged only to him. And secrets, held too closely, have a way of growing roots in strange directions. By the age of 6, Jeffrey had already learned something important. When he felt scared, lost, or overwhelmed, no one seemed to notice. No one asked. No one reached for him. So he stopped reaching for them. His mother's struggles grew heavier as the years passed. She became consumed by anxiety, often retreating to her room, medicated and exhausted. His father buried himself in work and school, trying to hold the family together. There was love in the house, but it was fragile, thin as paper, stretched across too many unspoken fears. In this emotional quiet, Jeffrey developed an inner world that no one else could enter. A world built on thoughts he didn't know how to express, curiosities he didn't know how to name, and loneliness he didn't know how to escape. By the time he began school, teachers noticed the stillness in him. He wasn't disruptive. He wasn't unkind. He just drifted. He spoke softly, avoided eye contact, and seemed unsure of how to connect with the other children. When groups laughed loudly or played rough, he stood at the edges, observing, almost afraid to step in. Classmates thought he was shy. Teachers thought he was withdrawn. But no one wondered what he was missing, the steady emotional presence that anchors a child to the world. As he grew older, the family moved frequently. Each move made him feel more like a visitor in his own life, never truly belonging. He learned to mask his discomfort with quiet politeness, but inside, the distance widened. There's something important to understand about Jeffrey's early years. He didn't grow up in chaos. He grew up in emptiness. And sometimes, emptiness affects a child more deeply than noise ever could. When he was 8, his mother's anxiety worsened. Arguments became louder, the atmosphere heavier. Jeffrey responded the only way he knew how, by folding himself into silence. He retreated into his thoughts, into his routines, into the private world that made more sense to him than people ever had. Children are shaped not just by what they experience, but by what they never learn: connection, confidence, emotional touch. Jeffrey learned early that conversations ended in tension, that affection came in unpredictable waves, and that feelings were things to be hidden, not shared. This is not an excuse for what he would become. But it is a foundation, the first chapter of a life where distance slowly hardened into detachment. By the time Jeffrey reached age 10, the signs were becoming clearer to those around him. He moved slowly, spoke softly, rarely smiled. He watched more than he acted. He seemed unsure of how to be a child, as if he had missed lessons everyone else naturally absorbed. And when he was alone, in the woods, near the creek, walking long paths under quiet skies, he felt something close to peace. Nature didn't demand conversation. Animals didn't judge him. Silence didn't confuse him. He began finding refuge in isolation. His father, worried but unsure how to help, taught him small scientific experiments: how to preserve butterflies, how to examine bones, how to understand biological structures. Jeffrey listened carefully, absorbing everything with an intensity that surprised Lionel. But the emotional distance between them remained. Not anger. Not resentment. Just emptiness. As Jeffrey entered adolescence, the fractures widened. His parents' arguments became constant. His mother's mental health spiraled. His father worked longer hours. Home felt less like a sanctuary and more like a place where everyone was surviving quietly in their own separate worlds. And Jeffrey, already drifting, slipped even further into solitude. Looking back, neighbors recalled moments that now feel heavy with meaning: the boy standing alone on the lawn, staring at the woods, the distant expression in his eyes, the way he seemed to exist in a world just out of reach. He wasn't a threat. He wasn't a bully. He was a shadow of loneliness in the shape of a child. These early years, marked by emotional neglect, quiet disconnection, and the slow build of inner isolation, formed the groundwork of Jeffrey Dahmer's psyche. Before the crimes, before the headlines, before the world knew his name, there was simply a boy who learned to hide in silence. A boy whose shadows grew deeper with each passing year. A boy who would eventually step across a line that could never be undone. This was the beginning. Not of violence, but of distance. Not of horror, but of a child quietly disappearing inside himself. And behind every calm smile he would wear as an adult, the shadows of that childhood would remain. Chapter 2: Adolescence and Early Signs, Isolation and Obsession. Adolescence is a turning point for most people. It's the time when personalities sharpen, friendships form, identities take shape. But for Jeffrey Dahmer, these years only deepened the distance he had always felt. What began as childhood quietness slowly hardened into something colder, a sense of being separate from the world, as if he were behind a glass window watching life move on without him. By the time Jeffrey entered junior high, the gentle shyness of his early years had become a kind of emotional numbness. He walked through the hallways with his head lowered, his shoulders slightly hunched, as though trying to disappear into the background. Teachers described him as polite, but disengaged. He answered questions when asked, but rarely volunteered anything. His voice was soft, his eyes distant, his presence barely noticeable. At home, the situation grew heavier. His parents' marriage continued to unravel. Arguments became louder, more frequent. Nights filled with raised voices, slammed doors, and long silences afterward. Jeffrey often retreated to his room, lying on his bed while the sound of conflict seeped through the walls. He didn't fight back. He didn't cry. He simply waited for the noise to stop. Emotional neglect doesn't always come from cruelty, sometimes it comes from two people overwhelmed by their own lives. His parents weren't abusive, they were trapped in a cycle of stress, illness, and disappointment that left little space for the emotional needs of a quiet, withdrawn son. Jeffrey learned to hide his feelings not because anyone told him to, but because no one knew how to see them. In school, Jeffrey struggled to form friendships. He wanted connection, that much is clear, but he didn't know how to reach out. He watched groups of boys joke and wrestle in the hallways, but he stayed at the edges. He joined no clubs, no teams, no activities that might help him belong. Instead, he drifted from class to class, unnoticed and unengaged. Teachers saw intelligence in him, but also a deepening apathy. His grades slipped. His motivation faded. Homework was left undone. The spark of curiosity he once had, encouraged by his father during their early science lessons, had dimmed into something else. Something private. Something darker in tone, though not yet dangerous. This was also the time when Jeffrey began experimenting with alcohol. Many teenagers try alcohol out of rebellion or peer pressure. Jeffrey did it to escape. He drank early in the morning before school, slipping liquor into soda bottles. Teachers noticed his slurred speech, his unfocused gaze, his unsteady step. But in the 1970s, a quiet boy with a drinking problem didn't stand out the way it would today. Adults chalked it up to typical teenage waywardness. Alcohol gave him something he couldn't find elsewhere, a temporary silence inside his mind. It softened his anxiety, blurred his loneliness, and dulled the emotional emptiness he didn't know how to express. To him, drinking wasn't a vice, it was a coping mechanism. But alcohol was only part of the escape. The other part happened inside his imagination. As he entered his mid-teens, Jeffrey's thoughts became more complicated. He felt urges he didn't understand, desires that confused him, fantasies of control and stillness. These feelings weren't born from cruelty, they were born from detachment. A longing for connection so intense that he imagined having complete emotional dominance over another person. A world where no one could leave him. No one could reject him. No one could hurt him. He didn't talk about these thoughts to anyone. He barely understood them himself. They lived in the same private world where he kept all his unspoken feelings, a world shaped by isolation, emotional starvation, and a growing inability to relate to others. At school, Jeffrey became known for something strange. He sometimes acted out not with aggression, but with bizarre humor. Mocking seizures. Fake falls. Odd, exaggerated gestures. Students called it doing a Dahmer. They laughed. He laughed with them. But beneath that laughter was desperation, an attempt to be seen, even if only as a joke. It was the only way he knew to break through the glass wall that kept him separate. And though it was an act of performance rather than connection, it was the closest thing to belonging he could find. Yet the loneliness always returned. During this time, the Dahmer household finally split apart. Lionel moved out. Joyce's mental health reached a breaking point. Arguments turned into separations, and separations turned into divorce. Jeffrey, caught in the middle, felt abandoned by both sides. The emotional glue that once held the family together, however weak it may have been, dissolved entirely. And Jeffrey's isolation deepened to a level few understood. After the divorce, his mother left the home with his younger brother, leaving Jeffrey alone in the house for extended periods. A teenage boy, already struggling emotionally, left unsupervised and unsupported. Alone with his thoughts. Alone with his fantasies. Alone with his loneliness. This period of isolation was a turning point. Something shifted inside him, slowly at first, almost imperceptibly. The fantasies became more detailed. More consuming. His sense of self-control weakened. He began to lose the ability to separate imagination from action. And without guidance, without emotional grounding, without anyone noticing the signs, Jeffrey drifted further inward. Yet despite all this, the world still saw him as harmless. A quiet boy. A bit odd. A bit troubled. But nothing more. No one recognized his withdrawal as a cry for help. No one understood the emotional storm he was hiding. No one saw the early signs, the drinking, the isolation, the strange humor, the growing detachment. He was invisible in all the ways that mattered. By the time high school ended, Jeffrey was a young man with no direction, no close friendships, no stability, and no emotional tools to navigate adulthood. His family was fractured. His mind was tangled with urges he couldn't explain. His heart was hollowed out by years of loneliness. And yet he moved through the world with the same calm, quiet exterior he had worn since childhood. He graduated with little fanfare. No celebration. No goals. No sense of the future. Just a young man drifting from one empty day to the next. Adolescence didn't create the darkness inside Jeffrey Dahmer. It merely sharpened it. It gave it shape. It carved pathways through years of emotional neglect and social isolation. The storm brewing inside him had not yet broken. But the signs, subtle, quiet, easily overlooked, were already there. This was the chapter where loneliness became obsession. Where silence became escape. Where shadows grew heavier, settling into corners of his mind that no one dared to enter. Soon, the line between thought and action would blur. And Jeffrey would take his first irreversible step into the darkness that would define the rest of his life. Chapter 3, The First Murders, Crossing the Line. The summer of 1978 settled over Bath Township, Ohio with slow, heavy heat, the kind that makes the roads shimmer and the days stretch into long, quiet hours. Jeffrey Dahmer was 18 then, recently graduated, living in a house that no longer felt like home. His mother and younger brother had moved across the country after the divorce. His father was staying elsewhere, trying to rebuild his own life. And Jeffrey was alone. The house, once filled with the sounds of daily life, footsteps, conversations, arguments spilled across the hallway, now sat in stillness. Rooms felt colder, not because of temperature, but because of absence. The emptiness pressed in on him, hour after hour, day after day. For a young man already struggling to understand himself, it was a kind of emotional vacuum. He spent most days drifting through the house, moving without purpose. He slept late, wandered the backyard, sat for long stretches in silence. The loneliness that had followed him from childhood had now grown into something heavier, something he could feel in his chest like a tight, unmoving weight. And without school, without friends, without family structure, there was nothing left to anchor him to the world outside his mind. This was the fragile period, the quiet crack where reality began to bend. Jeffrey's internal world had been shaping itself since adolescence, urges he didn't understand, fantasies he was ashamed of, emotional needs that twisted into something unrecognizable. He didn't talk about them. He didn't confide in anyone. Instead, he tried to hide them beneath routine and alcohol. But the silence of the empty house gave those thoughts room to grow. His mind became an echo chamber, amplifying everything he had tried so hard to suppress. On long walks down rural roads, Jeffrey watched joggers and passers-by with a mix of curiosity and longing, not romantic longing, not violent longing, but a strange yearning for connection he had never been able to find. The human world felt far away, like a place he could observe but not join. People moved effortlessly through their lives, bonding, laughing, arguing, living. And Jeffrey remained an outsider, unable to cross the invisible line between himself and everyone else. It was during this summer that his thoughts took on new intensity. Fantasies that had once been fleeting became persistent. Ideas that once frightened him began to feel inevitable. Control, complete, unchallenged control, became the center of his imagination. He didn't want chaos or pain. He wanted stillness, a presence that couldn't abandon him, couldn't judge him, couldn't leave. Emotional starvation had shaped his mind into something fragile, and now the weight of isolation pushed it toward a breaking point. One afternoon, Jeffrey drove aimlessly, letting the road guide him. The windows were down. The radio hummed softly. The world outside was alive, green leaves, warm air, people going about their day with effortless freedom. He felt both part of it and painfully separate from it. And then he saw someone walking along the road, a young man traveling with a backpack, his thumbs sticking out occasionally as if he hoped for a ride. His name was Stephen Hicks, though Jeffrey didn't know that yet. What Jeffrey did know, in that moment, was that the loneliness inside him had reached a point he couldn't contain. A point where fantasy and reality began to blur. A point where he felt a sudden, overwhelming desire not to be alone, even if just for a few hours. He slowed the car, pulled over, and offered the young man a ride. It was a simple decision. A seemingly ordinary interaction. But for Jeffrey Dahmer, it was the crossing of a line he would never step back from. As Stephen climbed into the passenger seat, Jeffrey felt something rare, a sense of connection. Not friendship, not attraction, but relief. For once, he wasn't alone. For once, someone was in his space, speaking to him, sharing air with him, breaking the silence that had suffocated him for months. They talked casually. Music. Plans. Life. Ordinary things. But beneath Jeffrey's calm responses, something unstable began to move. His fear of abandonment, a core wound from years of emotional neglect, collided with the first real human interaction he'd had in months. When Stephen mentioned he needed to leave soon, Jeffrey felt the old emptiness surge back, sharp and sudden. The fear of being alone again, of returning to the silent house, became overwhelming. What happened next was not fueled by rage or cruelty. It was fueled by panic. A moment of psychological collapse so deep that Jeffrey later described it as happening in a haze. The line between thought and action blurred. And for the first time, Jeffrey Dahmer crossed into a darkness he had only imagined before, a place he would return to again and again. When it was over, the house felt different. Not empty, but heavy. Not silent, but oppressive, filled with the weight of what he had done. And yet, in a way that terrified him, the loneliness inside him felt temporarily quiet. This was his first irreversible step. The moment the storm inside him broke the surface. The point where a troubled young man became something far more dangerous, not because he hated people, but because he didn't know how to live among them. And from that day forward, the shadows he carried would only grow darker. After that irreversible moment, the quiet inside Jeffrey Dahmer's house felt different, thick, heavy, almost suffocating. The air felt dense, the walls seemed closer, and the silence that once comforted him now pressed against his chest like an unseen weight. He had stepped across a boundary he did not fully understand, and his mind struggled to absorb the reality of it. In the hours after the incident, Jeffrey didn't pace or panic the way most people might imagine. Instead, he went numb. A strange calm settled over him, not relief, not satisfaction, but a disconnected stillness. As if his mind had separated itself from his body to shield him from the enormity of what he had done. Later in life, he would describe this state as feeling outside himself, like he was watching events unfold from somewhere far away. This emotional detachment wasn't new. It had been part of him since childhood, forming slowly as he internalized loneliness and grew accustomed to silence. But now, it took on a darker tone. Instead of protecting him, it prevented the natural shock and fear that might have stopped him. The numbness allowed him to move mechanically, step by step, without letting the emotional consequences reach him. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the windows and fell softly across the floor, warm, golden, indifferent. Outside, life continued, birds calling, cars passing, neighbors tending to their lawns. The world hadn't changed. But Jeffrey had. He sat at the kitchen table, staring at nothing, his hands wrapped loosely around a glass of water. Hours passed like minutes. His thoughts were slow, foggy, difficult to organize. He kept trying to replay the previous day in his mind, but the memories slipped away, scattered by his internal haze. He wasn't shaking. He wasn't crying. He simply didn't know what to feel. This was the first time he realized the full depth of his emotional disconnect. A typical person in such a moment might feel terror, guilt, overwhelming panic. But Jeffrey felt only fragments, small pieces of fear, brief flashes of dread, before they were swallowed by something deeper, the fear of being alone again. The fear that had driven him to cross the line in the first place. That realization frightened him more than anything else. For the next several days, Jeffrey lived in a state of subdued paralysis. He avoided mirrors. He avoided the phone. He avoided any place where he might be forced to confront the truth. Most of his time was spent sitting in silence, the television flickering in the background, unwatched. His father visited a few times during this period, unaware of what had happened. He found Jeffrey quiet, even more withdrawn than usual, but he assumed it was the emotional fallout from the divorce. He didn't ask questions. He didn't probe. His attention was divided between his own responsibilities and the fragile relationship he was trying to rebuild with his sons. What might have been a moment of intervention slipped away, unnoticed. Jeffrey's mind, meanwhile, drifted in and out of denial. There were moments when he convinced himself the entire thing had been a dream, a terrible, vivid dream. Then a sound, a smell, or a piece of the scene would jolt him back into reality. Each time, the truth hit him with a force that made his chest tighten. But the numbness dulled the emotional impact, allowing him to push it down. When the initial panic faded, a more complicated feeling took its place, a dangerous kind of rationalization. Jeffrey didn't see himself as a monster or a villain. In his mind, he had acted out of fear, desperation, an overwhelming sense of abandonment. He believed, wrongly, but deeply, that he had been trapped in a moment he couldn't control. That belief would follow him for years. But beneath that rationalization was something far more troubling. The memory of not feeling alone. For a few hours, the silence of the house had been broken. There had been another presence, another voice, another human being sharing space with him. And that fleeting sense of connection, twisted, broken, unhealthy, lingered in his mind long after the shock began to fade. He couldn't explain it. He couldn't justify it. But he couldn't forget it either. And that is where the danger took root. Jeffrey didn't see his actions as cruelty. He saw them as a way to stop someone from leaving him. A way to freeze a moment of companionship. A way to prevent the loneliness that haunted him from childhood. This is not an excuse, it is the psychological reality of how his mind formed a new, catastrophic logic. Before, his fantasies were just that, thoughts, imagination, private escapes. Now he had crossed into action. And even though the aftermath terrified him, a part of him had experienced something he couldn't let go of. A feeling of control. A feeling of certainty. A feeling that the person could not walk away. This was the seed that would define the next decade of his life. In the days that followed, Jeffrey moved through the world with even greater emotional distance. His drinking intensified. His interactions with others became more superficial. His internal world grew darker, more consuming, more dangerous. He tried to continue as if nothing had happened. He mowed the lawn. He made simple meals. He spoke politely to neighbors. He went on quiet drives to clear his mind. But nothing could erase the line he had crossed or the storm that was gathering behind the calm mask he carried. The isolation of the house had allowed the worst part of his mind to surface. And once surfaced, it would never fully retreat. This was the point where the man he might have been and the man he would become diverged forever. In the weeks that followed, Jeffrey Dahmer lived inside a quiet storm, one the rest of the world had no idea existed. On the outside, he maintained the same calm, shy demeanor he had worn since childhood. But inside, something fundamental had shifted. It wasn't excitement. It wasn't triumph. It was something far more dangerous, a sense that the worst part of him had found its voice, and now it was whispering constantly. The secret he carried became a weight he couldn't put down. It seeped into his daily routine, into his breathing, into the rhythm of his thoughts. Every time he tried to focus on a normal moment, a television show, a meal, a conversation, the memory returned, not as a vivid replay, but as a quiet reminder of what he had done and what it meant. The house, once a lonely refuge, now felt hauntingly familiar. He could walk from room to room and sense the moment that had changed his life. The walls seemed to remember. The floors seemed to echo. And Jeffrey, who had always been detached, was now detached in a way that frightened even him. He tried to push the memory aside. He tried to drink it away. But no amount of alcohol could silence the knowledge that a line had been crossed, and with it, a dark truth had surfaced: the emptiness he carried could not be filled by ordinary human connection. For a brief moment after the crime, Jeffrey felt a twisted sense of control, not joy, not satisfaction, just a strange calm. But as time passed, that feeling dissolved, replaced by a growing sense of fear. Not fear of police or punishment, but fear of himself. What had he done? What had he become? And how would he live with this? These questions echoed through his mind, but he had no answers. His emotional world had never contained the tools necessary to understand or cope with such feelings. He had never been taught how to handle fear, loneliness, or attachment. Instead, he had learned silence. And now, silence was suffocating him. When his father eventually returned to the house, unaware of what had occurred, he found Jeffrey in a state of unusual lethargy. He slept late, drifted through tasks without focus, showed signs of deep depression. Lionel assumed it was the divorce. The isolation. Teenage confusion. He didn't suspect anything more because Jeffrey offered no clues, no confession, no sign of guilt. Jeffrey had learned long ago how to mask his emotions. Now, that mask became essential. His father encouraged him to start college, a way to give his life structure, purpose, direction. Jeffrey agreed, not because he wanted to, but because he didn't know what else to do. He was drifting, and college seemed like the first available anchor. But the damage was already done. He moved on to the campus of Ohio State University that fall, and almost immediately, his life began to unravel again. He rarely attended classes. He spent much of his time drinking alone. The loneliness he tried to escape followed him like a shadow, and the memory of what he had done stayed close behind it. He couldn't outrun it. He couldn't silence it. He could only numb it, one bottle at a time. Within months, he failed nearly every class. He stopped pretending to care. He stopped trying to fit in. And soon, he dropped out. His father, frustrated and worried, decided that Jeffrey needed discipline. He sent him to live with his grandmother in Wisconsin, hoping her warmth, her structure, and her strong moral foundation would help him find stability. And for a short time, it seemed to work. Living with his grandmother gave Jeffrey a kind of temporary balance. She was loving, gentle, and attentive in ways he had never fully experienced. She cooked meals. She asked about his day. She made sure he attended church with her. The warmth of her presence created a fragile calm around him, like a soft blanket draped over a frayed mind. But beneath that calm, the darkness remained. Quiet. Dormant. Waiting. Jeffrey tried to bury his urges under routine. He took small jobs. Kept a low profile. Spent long nights alone, trying not to think. Trying not to remember. But memory is a persistent force. And trauma, even self-created trauma, leaves a stain that cannot be washed away by distance or routine. The first crossing of the line had carved a psychological path inside him. A pathway that led back to the moment he had tried to hold on to someone so they couldn't leave. That feeling, the twisted version of connection, lingered like a ghost on his shoulder. He didn't seek out another victim immediately. Years would pass before he acted again. But something had been unlocked inside him that would never fully close. During this period, Jeffrey learned something dangerous about himself. That he could control the mask. That he could appear normal. That the world could look at him and never guess the truth. This realization gave him confidence, not the healthy confidence of young adulthood, but a dark, quiet confidence in his ability to remain unseen. He understood now that his calm demeanor, his soft voice, and his withdrawn nature made him invisible to most people. Invisibility became his shield. Solitude became his comfort. Denial became his routine. His grandmother noticed changes. He was drinking more. He seemed weary, distracted, hollowed out by something she couldn't name. She tried to help in the ways she knew how, gentle reminders, warm meals, quiet conversations. But Jeffrey kept his inner world locked away, hidden behind the same soft-spoken mask he had worn all his life. The first murder didn't unleash a spree. It unleashed a slow unraveling. One that deepened over years. One that eroded his capacity for empathy. One that strengthened his obsession with control and stillness. One that would ultimately define the pattern of his crimes. The moment in the summer of 1978 was not a spark, it was a fracture. A split in a fragile mind that had been straining under loneliness, emotional neglect, and confusion for too long. And once fractured, Jeffrey Dahmer could no longer return to the person he had been before. The storm inside him had found its first outlet. And though it would take years before it surfaced again, the damage was permanent. This chapter marked the end of Jeffrey's adolescence and the beginning of something darker, a journey into adulthood shadowed by secrets he could never undo and desires he could no longer deny. The line had been crossed. The path had been set. And the silence he carried would only grow heavier with time. Chapter 4, College, Rejection, and the Path to Darkness. When Jeffrey Dahmer arrived at Ohio State University in the fall of 1978, the campus was alive with noise, color, and youthful optimism. Students rushed across courtyards with backpacks slung over their shoulders. Music drifted from open dorm windows. Voices echoed down hallways, full of new friendships, new beginnings, new possibilities. For most young adults, college is a fresh start, a chance to step out of childhood and into independence. But for Jeffrey, it was something else entirely, a desperate attempt to outrun a truth he didn't know how to face. He carried a secret no teenager should ever carry, and even though the world around him buzzed with energy, he moved through it like a ghost. The loneliness that had shaped him for so long clung to him even in crowded lecture halls. He sat in the back rows, silent, his gaze drifting instead of focusing. The professor's voice became background noise, swallowed by his own internal thoughts. He tried to blend in, but blending in requires connection, something Jeffrey had never learned to form. His dorm room was small, cluttered, dimly lit. While other students decorated their walls with posters, photos, and mementos from home, Jeffrey's room remained bare. No personality, no warmth, no identity. It looked less like a living space and more like a temporary shelter, a place to hide, not a place to grow. At night, the building filled with laughter, footsteps in the hallway, distant music. Groups of students shared late-night conversations, bonded over pizza deliveries, whispered secrets to new friends. Jeffrey listened to all of it from behind his closed door. He wanted to belong, but the emotional tools just weren't there. He didn't know how to walk into a group and introduce himself. He didn't know how to make small talk. He didn't know how to be seen. And so, he drifted. His drinking escalated quickly. Alcohol had been a coping mechanism for years. But now it became his only shield against the thoughts he couldn't silence. He drank in the mornings before class. He drank in the afternoons when boredom settled in. He drank at night to numb the memories he couldn't face. The more he drank, the more disconnected he became, from his classes, from reality, and from any version of himself that might have been salvageable. Professors noticed his lack of focus. Classmates noticed his vacant expression. Dorm staff noticed the bottles. But no one intervened. A quiet student who drank too much wasn't uncommon in the late 1970s. Jeffrey simply blended into the background as another college kid losing his way. The truth was darker, but invisible. His thoughts were changing. His sense of control was slipping. The fantasies he tried to suppress were beginning to resurface. Alcohol didn't erase them. It only blurred the edges. And in those blurred edges, Jeffrey found a dangerous kind of comfort, a place where he didn't have to think, where he didn't have to feel, where he could drift without fear of the storm inside him fully breaking through. But college requires structure. It demands effort. It expects presence. Jeffrey had none of those things left in him. Within weeks, he was missing assignments. Within months, he was failing exams. By winter, he barely attended class at all. When the semester ended, he had earned only a single passing grade, and even that was enough to convince his father that something was terribly wrong. Lionel drove to the university and found his son in a dorm room filled with empty bottles, unwashed clothes, and an expression of deep exhaustion. Jeffrey didn't argue when his father suggested he withdraw. He didn't resist. He didn't explain. He simply nodded, packed a few belongings, and left. College hadn't failed Jeffrey. Jeffrey had entered college already broken, already drowning beneath the weight of something he couldn't name. College was never going to fix him. Not with the silence inside him growing thicker each day. And what awaited him at home wasn't stability, but a new layer of rejection. His father, frustrated and confused, tried to force discipline the only way he understood: structure, rules, responsibility. But structure doesn't heal loneliness. Rules don't treat trauma. And discipline doesn't mend a mind already unraveling. The tension between them grew. Jeffrey, unable to cope with expectations, withdrew deeper. Lionel, unable to understand his son's inner world, pushed harder. It was a collision of two people carrying their own pain, one drowning in silence, the other drowning in guilt. Eventually, Lionel gave up on traditional guidance and tried something different. He sent Jeffrey to the U.S. Army. Not out of punishment, but out of hope. Hope that routine, authority, and purpose might stabilize him. Hope that the boy who couldn't navigate college might find structure in uniform. Hope that the son who was slipping away might finally find footing. But Jeffrey's inner storm wasn't something the army could fix, either. And as he prepared to leave for service, the pattern that would shape his life was already forming. A cycle of isolation, brief attempts at normalcy, inevitable collapse, and deeper withdrawal. A path that had been paved years before his first crime, paved in silence, loneliness, emotional neglect, and a growing inability to understand himself. He hadn't chosen that path. It had formed beneath him slowly, quietly, without warning. And now, he was walking it, step by step, toward a future he couldn't imagine and a darkness he couldn't escape. When Jeffrey Dahmer arrived at Fort McClellan for basic training, the army was supposed to become the structure that reshaped him. Discipline, routine, order, these were the tools meant to strengthen young men who lacked direction. His father believed the military would give Jeffrey what college could not: purpose, responsibility, and a place where silence didn't matter as long as he followed the rules. And in the beginning, it almost worked. Basic training kept Jeffrey busy. Early mornings. Long marches. Precision drills. There was no time to drift into daydreams or lose himself in alcohol, not yet, at least. Surrounded by other recruits, he blended into the group easily. His quiet nature wasn't unusual here. The army was full of men who kept to themselves. For the first time in a long time, Jeffrey wasn't the odd one out. He was simply another face in the formation. He performed adequately, not exceptionally. His instructors didn't complain about him, but they didn't praise him either. He followed commands. He kept pace. He completed exercises without protest. In a world built on routine and authority, Jeffrey found a temporary sense of stability, not fulfillment, but something close to numbness in motion. And numbness, for him, was always easier than feeling anything at all. But structure can only hold a fragile mind together for so long. As training continued, cracks began to appear. The long hours of silence between drills gave Jeffrey too much time to think. And thinking was dangerous for him. The memories he tried so hard to suppress drifted back into his mind. The loneliness he carried settled deeper into his chest. Alcohol, which had been absent during the first weeks of training, soon became his escape again. On weekend breaks, Jeffrey began drinking heavily. He sought out bars, carried bottles back to his barracks, and once again used alcohol to mute the emotional static he couldn't endure. The more he drank, the less capable he became. His performance in training declined. His focus slipped. His instructors noticed the change quickly: the sluggish movements, the slow reactions, the smell of alcohol on his breath. The army is structured, but it is not gentle. And Jeffrey, who had never learned to articulate his struggles, couldn't explain what was happening inside him. He couldn't tell his superiors that he drank to silence the storm in his mind. He couldn't ask for help he didn't know how to seek. He simply sank further into the cycle he had relied on for years: isolation, escapism, collapse. Still, because of his intelligence and calm demeanor, the army assigned him to medical training. On paper, it seemed like a promising fit. In reality, it proved overwhelming. The work required precision, emotional resilience, and clarity, qualities Jeffrey could sometimes mimic, but not maintain. His drinking escalated. His performance deteriorated. His behavior became unpredictable, though never violent. He wasn't disruptive in the traditional sense. He was simply unraveling quietly, folding inward, slipping deeper into a kind of emotional paralysis. His superiors debated what to do with him. He wasn't dangerous, but he wasn't functioning. He wasn't rebellious, but he wasn't stable. He wasn't defiant, but he wasn't present. Eventually, the decision was made. Not punishment, separation. Honorable discharge. It was the military's way of letting him go without branding him a failure. They gave him the freedom to return to civilian life, carrying with him the same silence he'd arrived with, only heavier now, shaped by yet another collapsed attempt at normalcy. Jeffrey returned to the United States with no job, no degree, no direction, and a mind increasingly detached from reality. He tried to stay with fellow soldiers for a while, drifting through cities in Europe, struggling to control his drinking. But each place felt temporary. Each room felt like an echo of the last. He couldn't escape the weight inside him. Eventually, he returned to his family. Another chance. Another fresh start. Another fragile hope that he might find stability. His father welcomed him back but was running out of ideas. Jeffrey's drinking was worse now. His quietness had deepened. His eyes seemed distant, as if he was always focusing on something far behind. The person speaking to him. And Lionel, though loving, did not understand the nature of Jeffrey's pain. He didn't know how to guide him. He didn't know how to reach him. He tried tough love. He tried gentle encouragement. He tried structured routines. He tried conversations. Nothing worked. Jeffrey simply drifted, quietly, aimlessly, without urgency or purpose. Eventually, Lionel made another decision born out of hope. Jeffrey would move in with his grandmother. Of all the people in his life, she was the one who gave him unconditional warmth. She offered routine, home-cooked meals, gentle guidance, and quiet patience. Jeffrey seemed to respond to her presence, at least on the surface. He spoke more. He tried harder. He attended church with her. He took part-time jobs. He kept the house tidy. For a while, it looked as though the grandmother's influence might hold him together. But beneath the surface, nothing had changed. He still drank heavily, hiding bottles in his room. He still felt isolated, despite the warmth of her home. He still struggled to understand his desires and fantasies. The emotional gulf inside him had grown too wide to close. His grandmother's home gave him structure, but structure is not healing. It cannot cure psychological fracture. It cannot erase trauma or loneliness. It cannot silence urges born from years of emotional isolation. Jeffrey's attempts at normal life were always temporary. The deeper truth, the one hidden behind every calm expression, continued to grow inside him. And slowly, quietly, he began to slip again. Nighttime drives. Increasing isolation. Moments of compulsion he couldn't explain. A return of the internal voices that fought for control. The path he was walking, the path set years earlier by loneliness, neglect, and detachment, was beginning to darken again. This was the chapter of near misses. The chapter of second chances that couldn't save him. The chapter where help might have changed him, but life at his grandmother's house gave Jeffrey a temporary peace, or at least the closest thing he ever experienced. Her small suburban home in West Allis offered warmth, structure, and a sense of routine. He mowed the lawn, accompanied her to church, helped with chores, and shared quiet dinners at the table. For a moment, it seemed like the beginning of a gentler chapter. A small, fragile stability. But stability built on silence is always temporary. Jeffrey was grateful for his grandmother's kindness. He cared for her deeply. But gratitude and affection couldn't erase the internal weight he carried. His loneliness was still there. His emotional distance was still intact. His fantasies, shaped by years of confusion and isolation, remained in the background like a storm waiting to break. Every day, he wore a mask, one crafted carefully over years of withdrawing from the world. Soft-spoken. Polite. Helpful. A good grandson. But behind the mask, his mind drifted toward the same repeating thoughts, memories he feared, desires he didn't understand, urges he tried desperately to suppress. The more he suppressed them, the more persistent they became. At church, he watched couples and families exchange warm smiles, gentle touches, simple gestures of connection he had never learned to imitate. He wondered what it felt like to belong. To be part of something. To be seen not as a quiet shadow, but as a person with a place in the world. Those thoughts made the isolation sharper. And the sharper it became, the more he retreated inward. His grandmother noticed the drinking first. Empty bottles hidden in trash bins. The faint smell of alcohol in the hallway. The way his eyes grew distant at night. She confronted him gently, never harshly, but Jeffrey deflected with soft answers and quiet apologies. She believed him, not because she was naive, but because she loved him and wanted to believe the best. But alcohol wasn't the only crack forming in his carefully held mask. Jeffrey struggled to form connections outside the house. He attempted friendships, brief conversations at work, small interactions at bars, but each effort ended in the same emotional block. He didn't know how to open up. He didn't know how to sustain a relationship. He didn't know how to be vulnerable. Every interaction reminded him of the distance between himself and others. Rejection, even subtle rejection, wounded him deeply, not because he expected affection, but because it reinforced the loneliness that had defined him since childhood. Each failed attempt at connection felt like another quiet confirmation that he didn't fit into the world the way others did. As the months passed, Jeffrey's emotional world began to collapse inward again. He took jobs and lost them. He tried routines and abandoned them. He made promises and broke them without meaning to. His inner life grew more tangled, more confusing, more overwhelming. His grandmother, concerned but unsure how to help, encouraged him to pray, to keep busy, to meet people. But Jeffrey's demons weren't spiritual or social, they were psychological, rooted in years of emotional neglect and deep-seated isolation. Prayer couldn't reach them. Chores couldn't silence them. Small talk couldn't bridge the gap. At night, alone in his room, Jeffrey felt the old fantasies clawing at the edges of his thoughts. Not violent fantasies, psychological ones. Fantasies of stillness. Fantasies of people who couldn't reject him. Fantasies of connection without risk. He didn't want pain. He wanted permanence. He wanted control over the feelings he didn't understand. He wanted a companion who couldn't walk away, because everyone in his life always had. The fixation grew stronger day by day. Meanwhile, the world outside continued as usual. People went to work. Children played in yards. Families filled restaurants after church. And Jeffrey drifted through these scenes like an invisible figure, a quiet shadow moving among people who had no idea what thoughts followed him like a second pulse. He tried dating apps of the time, backpage ads, classified personals, but he couldn't express who he was or what he wanted. Conversations ended awkwardly. Attempts at intimacy ended in fear, confusion, or emotional shutdown. He didn't know how to engage. He didn't know how to ask for help. He didn't know how to be honest. With each failed interaction, his sense of alienation deepened. Soon, the drinking intensified again. The sleepless nights returned. The silence became unbearable. The fantasies grew louder. He wandered Milwaukee's streets after dark, not looking for trouble but looking for understanding, even though he no longer knew what understanding meant. His sense of identity, already fragile, was beginning to dissolve. Jeffrey's life felt like a pattern of false starts. College. The army. Jobs. Friendships. Church. Routine. Every attempt at normalcy ended the same way: isolation, shame, retreat. And as each attempt failed, the storm inside him strengthened. He felt it building quietly, patiently, like a pressure behind a locked door. A pressure he couldn't share, couldn't articulate, couldn't escape. In those long, quiet nights, Jeffrey realized something that frightened him deeply. He didn't know how to live without the fantasies. He didn't know how to function without the internal world he'd built. He didn't know how to silence the urges that had followed him since adolescence. And as the emotional cracks deepened, the path forward darkened. By the time he reached his late 20s, Jeffrey Dahmer was a man slipping between two realities: the polite, helpful grandson who existed in daylight, and the lonely, isolated figure who wandered the streets at night, pulled deeper into the private world that had always been his escape. The path to darkness was not sudden. It was slow. Incremental. A gradual drift from isolation to obsession. From silence to compulsion. From emotional emptiness to dangerous fantasy. And soon, that drift would transform into action. Not suddenly. Not explosively. But inevitably. Because the storm inside him was no longer something he could contain. And the fragile stability his grandmother's home provided was no longer enough to hold him together. Jeffrey Dahmer was approaching the next irreversible moment of his life, the moment he would step back into the shadows he once feared, and the moment the quiet neighbor would slowly begin to disappear. This was the end of his attempts at normalcy. And the beginning of the darkness Milwaukee would come to know all too well. Chapter 5: Life in Milwaukee, a Quiet Neighbor. Milwaukee in the mid-1980s was a city of quiet streets, red brick apartment buildings, and working-class routines. People woke early for factory shifts, exchanged brief greetings at bus stops, and spent evenings behind glowing windows watching television with their families. It was an ordinary place, steady and predictable, the kind of environment where a person could blend in easily if they chose to remain unnoticed. Jeffrey Dahmer slipped into the city exactly that way, quietly. By the time he moved into Milwaukee's Oxford apartments, he was in his late 20s. He carried a soft voice, a polite demeanor, and an ability to fade into the background. Neighbors saw him in the hallways and laundry room. He nodded, offered a small smile, and kept moving. He didn't draw attention, didn't cause trouble, didn't stand out. In a world full of noise, Jeffrey existed like a whisper. He took odd jobs around the city, most of them simple, low-stress roles that didn't demand social interaction. At work, co-workers described him as shy, aloof, but never rude. He followed instructions. He worked quietly. He avoided confrontation. He was the type of employee who disappeared into routine without complaint. And in a workplace where people often shared little more than polite small talk, Jeffrey fit in by not fitting in. To the outside world, he seemed like a man trying to get by, a little lonely, a little distant, maybe a little lost, but harmless. Nothing about him suggested danger. Nothing hinted at the turmoil beneath the surface. People saw only the mask, the soft-spoken neighbor who bought groceries late at night, helped carry bags for older tenants, and kept mostly to himself. But inside his apartment, Jeffrey's world was different, quieter, darker, more isolated than anyone realized. His living space was small, a single room with a kitchenette, a narrow table, a worn couch, and a bed pushed against the wall. The blinds were usually drawn. The lights dim. The air heavy with stillness. It was a place built not for living, but for hiding, a private shelter where no one asked questions and no one expected anything from him. Most nights, Jeffrey sat alone with the television flickering in front of him. The muted glow cast shadows across the room, giving the space an almost unreal quality. He sipped alcohol slowly, letting it soften the edges of his thoughts. For a few hours, the voices of sitcoms, commercials, and nighttime news reporters became the company he lacked in real life. This isolation wasn't peaceful. It wasn't comforting. It was survival. He couldn't connect with people. He didn't know how to form relationships. The emotional distance that had shaped him since childhood had now become an emotional barrier, one too thick to break, too high to climb. But even behind closed doors, Jeffrey felt the old, familiar ache creeping back in, the loneliness that had followed him for decades, the silence that pressed against his chest, the fantasies that demanded more and more attention. And the more he tried to hold his inner world together, the more it began to slip from his grasp. He sought out companionship, quietly, cautiously, awkwardly. But every attempt at human connection ended the same way. Conversations felt forced. Affection felt foreign. Emotional vulnerability felt impossible. People drifted away quickly, confused by his withdrawn nature. And each departure reopened wounds that had never healed. Abandonment, real or imagined, was the one thing Jeffrey could not tolerate. When someone left, it felt like a collapse inside him. A reminder that he was different, separate, alone. It reminded him of childhood. Of adolescence. Of empty houses and silent rooms. This pain became the core of his adult life. The reason he continued searching for connection in ways he could not explain. The reason he clung so desperately to the idea of control. The reason he built a private world that slowly detached from reality. People around Jeffrey never suspected any of this. Why would they? He didn't look dangerous. He didn't act reckless. He didn't seek confrontation. He existed in a fragile balance, functioning just enough to remain invisible, while collapsing internally in ways no one could see. Even his neighbors, who occasionally heard odd noises or smelled strange odors from his apartment, didn't assume the worst. In low-income buildings, strange smells often came from spoiled food or plumbing issues. Odd noises came from TV sets, late-night arguments, or malfunctioning appliances. Jeffrey always had an explanation, quiet, polite, delivered with downcast eyes. And people believed him because he didn't look like someone who lied. He didn't fit society's image of danger. He fit society's image of loneliness. And so, no one looked closer. Milwaukee gave Jeffrey exactly what he wanted. A place to blend in. A place to be overlooked. A place where silence was normal. A place where the quiet neighbor was just another face in the hallway. But beneath that fragile normalcy, something darker was stirring. Something that had been dormant for years. Something that had begun whispering again in the corners of his mind. The same storm that had emerged in his youth, the one shaped by isolation, emotional neglect, and fantasy, was building strength again. Slowly. Quietly. Patiently. And Milwaukee, unknowingly, became the stage for its return. What began as loneliness, was becoming obsession. What began as drifting, was becoming compulsion. What began as silence, was becoming danger. The quiet neighbor in apartment 213 was slipping again. And this time, the city around him would not realize it until it was far too late. Jeffrey Dahmer's life in Milwaukee became a pattern of repetition, a delicate balance held together by routine, alcohol, and the quiet predictability of his surroundings. To his neighbors, he remained the soft-spoken man who kept to himself, a bit odd but never threatening. Yet behind his closed door, the balance he depended on was beginning to erode. His job provided some structure. He worked quietly, mechanically, doing what was required of him without complaint. Supervisors described him as polite but withdrawn, a man who completed tasks without engaging in conversation. He arrived on time most days, performed his duties, and left without drawing attention. On paper, he was stable. But the reality was different. Jeffrey's drinking, which had once been a way to soften the edges of loneliness, was becoming a daily necessity. He drank before work to steady his nerves, during breaks to silence his thoughts, and after work to numb the evenings that stretched endlessly ahead. Alcohol became the only thing that helped him stay functional, the only tool he had to keep his inner world from swallowing him whole. The more he drank, the more disconnected he became. The more disconnected he became, the louder his internal urges grew. And the louder they grew, the more he drank. It was a cycle that fed itself, slowly tightening around him. He tried to reach out to others, but every attempt ended in confusion and withdrawal. Social interactions drained him. Conversations felt foreign, as though he were speaking a language he didn't fully understand. People made eye contact, shared jokes, asked questions, and Jeffrey responded with soft monosyllables, awkward pauses, and a gaze that drifted away too often. Co-workers invited him to after-work gatherings, but he rarely accepted. When he did join, he sat quietly at the edge of the group, sipping alcohol and observing the interactions he couldn't replicate. He watched friends laugh together, share stories, and connect. With ease, all things he wanted but couldn't reach. Every human connection reminded him of the emotional difference he felt inside. It wasn't hatred. It wasn't anger. It was distance, a gulf between himself and the rest of the world. And that distance was widening. Restrictions on his life grew tighter. He lost one job due to drinking. Then another. He bounced between temporary positions, always polite, always quiet, always disconnected. Each job ended the same way, with Jeffrey retreating further into himself, ashamed but unable to change. At home, the isolation was even more suffocating. His apartment became a world of shadows and silence. He rarely opened the blinds. He rarely turned on all the lights. The room was kept dim, almost cave-like, allowing him to exist in a space where the outside world couldn't reach him. He sat alone with beer cans on the table, the television humming with late-night reruns, the air thick with stillness. The loneliness he felt wasn't the ordinary kind, not just the absence of people, but the absence of the ability to connect with them. He didn't understand intimacy. He didn't understand vulnerability. He didn't understand how to let someone into the locked chamber of his emotions, because that chamber wasn't a place built for two. His neighbors occasionally heard odd sounds. Furniture moving late at night. Sudden thumps. Television static at unusual hours. But apartment buildings are full of strange noises, and everyone minds their own business. When they passed him in the hall, he greeted them softly. When asked about the noise, he apologized politely. When questioned about smells, he offered explanations calmly. And people believed him because he looked like someone who had no reason to lie. It was this mask, the mask of the quiet neighbor, that allowed Jeffrey to live in two worlds at once. To the city around him, he was harmless. To himself, he was collapsing. Meanwhile, his inner obsessions, once dormant for years, began to reawaken. He felt them stirring in moments of loneliness. Whispering during sleepless nights. Growing stronger each time he tried to suppress them. The old fantasies, the ones shaped by abandonment, fear, and compulsive attachment, became more vivid. More demanding. More real. He felt them tightening around him like a clenched fist, urging him toward the familiar sense of control he had experienced once before. That need for control wasn't about power. It wasn't about cruelty. It was about freezing time. About preventing abandonment. About creating a companionship that could not leave. His emotional world had always been shaped by loss. His parents' divorce. The collapse of his friendships. The failure of college. The rejection he felt every time he tried to connect socially. And the constant fear that everyone he cared about would eventually walk away. Now, that fear was becoming unbearable. He wandered Milwaukee's nightlife districts, not with the predatory confidence the world later imagined, but with a quiet, searching desperation. His eyes lingered on people who seemed free, people who laughed, people who belonged somewhere. But Jeffrey wasn't looking for victims. He was looking for what he didn't have: connection, companionship, someone to see him. But every attempt at closeness slipped away. Every interaction left him more isolated. Every rejection, no matter how small, reopened the wounds of his past. And the more the world pushed him away, or appeared to push him away, the more he retreated into fantasy. This internal split deepened quietly. The quiet neighbor during the day. The restless wanderer at night. The lonely man staring at the television until dawn. The isolated mind drifting deeper toward compulsion. His life was becoming unsustainable. The mask was cracking. The storm inside him was gathering strength. People around Jeffrey saw only the surface, a polite, quiet man who smelled of alcohol and kept to himself. They assumed he was troubled, maybe depressed, maybe shy. But they never imagined the psychological fracture beneath that calm exterior. Jeffrey himself didn't fully understand it. He only knew that something inside him was slipping. Something he couldn't control. Something he feared, yet felt drawn toward. Something that whispered to him when the nights grew too quiet. And eventually, those whispers would become commands. The final part of this chapter marks the moment his emotional collapse crossed into dangerous territory, not through violence, but through compulsion, fear, and the inability to stop himself from sliding into a darkness he no longer understood. As the years passed in Milwaukee, Jeffrey Dahmer's life narrowed into a routine that barely resembled living. It was survival in its softest, most invisible form, not dramatic, not chaotic, just a slow fading into the background of the city. He became part of the landscape, like a streetlight no one notices until it flickers. His days were predictable. Wake up late. Sit in silence. Go to work if he was still employed. Return home. Drink until the thoughts quieted. Sleep in fragments. Repeat. This rhythm dulled him. It erased the little spark of motivation he occasionally felt. It pushed him into a mental state where time blurred. Days drifted into weeks. Weeks dissolved into months. He became detached, not only from the world, but from himself. His grandmother, who had once been a stabilizing presence, began noticing alarming changes. The hollow look in his eyes. The constant drinking. The unexplained absences at night. The way his emotions seemed muted beyond recognition. She worried, but she didn't know how to reach him. Jeffrey didn't reject her care, he simply couldn't absorb it. Eventually, the arrangement became strained. His late-night wanderings. His drinking. The unsettling feeling she sensed but couldn't articulate. She encouraged him, gently, to find his own place, not out of anger, but because she hoped independence might force him into a healthier direction. It didn't. His move to the Oxford apartments marked the beginning of his life alone, truly alone, for the first time. No grandmother. No family. No roommate. Just Jeffrey and the silence he had carried with him since childhood. The apartment's thin walls were lined with the echoes of city life, footsteps in the hall, doors closing, radios humming, the distant rumble of passing buses. Jeffrey listened to these sounds the way some people listen to rain, a reminder that life existed somewhere nearby, even if he wasn't part of it. He tried to distract himself from the growing darkness inside him. He bought tropical fish and kept them in small tanks across his apartment. Caring for them gave him structure, something to look after. He fed them carefully, changed their water, watched them swim under the dim lamp. In a strange way, the quiet hum of the aquarium filter became a companion, a faint, constant presence in a life defined by emptiness. But even this small attempt at normalcy faded. As his inner world darkened, the fish became neglected, not intentionally, but as a reflection of his collapsing mental state. His job performance slipped again. His supervisors confronted him about drinking on the clock. His co-workers noticed his vacant stare, the way he seemed to drift in and out of focus. Workplaces can overlook quiet oddities for a while, but eventually the cracks become too visible. Jeffrey lost another job. Then another. Each dismissal pushed him deeper into isolation. The loneliness that had shaped him for decades now consumed him entirely. He wandered the city late at night, searching for connection but unable to sustain it. Bars, clubs, dimly lit corners of Milwaukee's nightlife, he drifted through them like a shadow passing through rooms where everyone else belonged. Even when he met people, the interactions were fleeting. He didn't know how to hold conversations. He didn't know how to show emotion. He didn't know how to let people close. When they left, and they always did, the rejection stung like a reopened wound. To Jeffrey, abandonment was not just sadness. It was terror. It was the one emotional trigger he could not withstand, the core fear that shaped his entire life. And with every abandonment, the fantasies in his mind grew stronger, not fantasies of cruelty, but fantasies of stillness, of control, of companionship without rejection. Fantasies he didn't understand, but could not discard. His emotional world was collapsing inward. And as it did, his need for control over his environment deepened. Jeffrey tried church again, briefly. He tried work. He tried quiet nights with rented movies. He tried to reconnect with his father. He tried focusing on chores. He tried everything he could think of to feel normal. But normal wasn't something Jeffrey ever learned how to be. By this point, he had become a figure who lived entirely in the shadows of other people's lives. Neighbors passed him in the hall and thought nothing of it. Cashiers saw him buy beer and assumed he was just another quiet man winding down after a long week. Even co-workers who occasionally invited him to gatherings accepted his polite rejections without pressing. He was invisible. And invisibility was dangerous, for him, and for the world around him, because it meant no one saw the warning signs. No one noticed the slipping. No one recognized the internal collapse. No one realized how close he was to crossing another irreversible line. Milwaukee became the perfect place for Jeffrey Dahmer to disappear in plain sight. A city big enough to blend into, quiet enough to move through unnoticed, and isolated enough to let a troubled man fall through the cracks without anyone reaching out a hand. By the end of this chapter of his life, Jeffrey was a man living at the edge of two worlds. The external world, where he appeared calm, polite, and forgettable. And the internal world, where loneliness had become unbearable and the desire for connection, the wrong kind of connection, had grown into a relentless pull. He was approaching a breaking point. Not a sudden one, but the final moment in a long, slow unraveling that began years earlier. The quiet neighbor was about to disappear. And what would emerge next was shaped by decades of silence, isolation, emotional neglect, and a mind that had never found a way to feel whole. Milwaukee would learn his name soon, not because he stood out, but because the mask he wore could no longer contain the storm inside him. This chapter ends with a man on the edge. The next begins with the first step into darkness. Chapter 6, Patterns Emerge, the Method Behind the Madness. By the time Jeffrey Dahmer settled into life at the Oxford Apartments, his world had narrowed into a fragile loop of loneliness, alcohol, and drifting thoughts. On the outside, nothing looked alarming. He moved through Milwaukee like a ghost, polite, soft-spoken, unremarkable. But on the inside, something else was taking shape. Patterns. Not sudden, violent impulses. Not explosions of chaos. But patterns, slow, quiet, deliberate. Patterns born from years of emotional neglect, isolation, and a longing for control over the unbearable silence in his life. These patterns didn't emerge all at once. They formed the same way storms do, quietly at first, gathering strength over time. Jeffrey's fantasies had always been rooted in stillness. In keeping someone close. In preventing abandonment. In freezing a moment of companionship so it could not slip away. His mind twisted this longing into something unhealthy years before he acted on it. The idea of control became a substitute for connection. The need for permanency became stronger than his guilt, his confusion, or his fear. But these fantasies remained dormant while he lived with his grandmother, suppressed by the faint warmth of her company, church routines, and the hope of starting over. Once he moved into the Oxford apartments, however, the isolation returned in full force. And with isolation came imagination. With imagination came obsession. And with obsession came planning. Not planning in a cold, calculated sense, but planning born from compulsion. From desperation. From the belief that this was the only way he could keep someone close. His first pattern was simple: he went out at night. Nighttime gave him the anonymity he craved. Bars were dim. People were distracted. Everyone appeared as lost in their own world as he felt in his. Jeffrey's appearance didn't alarm anyone. He wasn't threatening. He wasn't aggressive. He was quiet, shy, even. Gentle in his demeanor. And that gentleness made him invisible, which was exactly how the patterns began to take shape without anyone noticing. His second pattern was conversation. Jeffrey wasn't naturally social, but he learned how to mimic connection. He listened more than he spoke. He nodded politely. He offered compliments in a soft, hesitant voice. It wasn't charm, it was imitation, masking a deeper need he could never admit. In these moments, he felt temporarily seen. Temporarily wanted. Temporarily connected. But temporary wasn't enough. Because temporary meant they would leave. And being left was the one thing Jeffrey's mind could not handle. His third pattern was alcohol. Alcohol numbed his fear of rejection. It blurred the anxiety that kept him isolated. It softened the panic that rose every time he imagined someone walking away. But alcohol also took something from him. Self-control. The more he drank, the louder his fantasies became. The louder they became, the less capable he was of resisting them. And the less capable he was of resisting them, the faster the patterns escalated. These patterns didn't form overnight, they built slowly, over months, through repeated cycles of loneliness and compulsion. Each cycle brought him closer to the edge. Each step blurred the boundary between thought and action. His apartment reflected these changes. The blinds stayed closed. The lighting dimmed. The fish tanks hummed in the background, their soft, rhythmic bubbling forming the only constant sound in the room. The air felt thick, heavy with the energy of someone losing their grip on routine. Outside his door, life continued normally. Neighbors went to work. Children played in the hallway. Music echoed faintly from other apartments. But inside, Jeffrey's world was becoming darker and smaller. He kept souvenirs from people he met, harmless things at first. A glove. A bracelet. A small piece of clothing. Items others might forget, but Jeffrey held on to them like anchors in his emotional void. He wasn't collecting them out of malice. He collected them to keep something that wouldn't leave him. His drinking habits formed a pattern as well. He started with a beer. Then a few. Then harder liquor. There were nights he drank until sunrise, his mind drifting between hazy calm and intrusive thoughts he couldn't silence. These nights were when the urges grew strongest. Because in the silence of his apartment, the loneliness reached its peak. And when loneliness became unbearable, Jeffrey's fantasies began to feel like solutions, wrong, dark, and distorted solutions, but solutions to him nonetheless. Meanwhile, the world outside never questioned him. Neighbors noticed the smell sometimes, a strange odor that drifted into hallways. Jeffrey blamed rotten food. Or spoiled meat. Or plumbing issues. He apologized softly, with downcast eyes, and people believed him. Why wouldn't they? He didn't look like a threat. He looked like a lonely man trying his best. And that, in a way, was true. This chapter of Jeffrey's life was not defined by violence, it was defined by slipping. Slipping into patterns of obsession. Slipping into a world where fantasy replaced reality. Slipping into a place where the need for control overshadowed everything else. His patterns weren't born from sudden malice. They were born from a lifelong inability to cope with loneliness, a fractured psyche, and emotional wounds that had never healed. But patterns, once formed, grow. They strengthen. They multiply. They become harder to resist. And the patterns emerging in Jeffrey's life were beginning to move him toward a point where the quiet neighbor would no longer be able to hide the storm inside him. For now, the city around him slept. The Oxford apartments remained calm. No one realized what was forming behind the closed door of Unit 213. But the pattern was there. Growing. Deepening. Darkening. And soon, it would break the surface. The patterns forming inside Jeffrey Dahmer's life didn't feel like a breakdown to him, not at first. They felt like a kind of order, a way to make sense of the loneliness that had followed him for years. Where others saw routine, Jeffrey felt structure. Where others saw isolation, he felt safety. Where others saw the world moving forward, he felt a need to stop time and hold it still. Control became the central force in his life, a quiet, desperate attempt to hold together the parts of himself that were collapsing beneath the weight of emotional emptiness. He didn't plan this consciously. It happened slowly, almost naturally, shaped by years of abandonment, fear, and the inability to form healthy attachments. His world shrank into a small sphere of predictable behaviors, each one reinforcing the sense of stability he couldn't find elsewhere. One of the first clear signs of this need for control was the way he arranged his apartment. The blinds were always closed. The room was dim, lit mostly by lamps with yellow bulbs. Everything in the apartment stayed in the same place. He kept his belongings arranged in predictable patterns, not neat, exactly, but consistent. The fish tanks hummed steadily, their quiet vibration filling the silence he otherwise found unbearable. These small choices were not about comfort. They were about predictability, the one thing Jeffrey trusted more than anything else. In a world where he felt disconnected from people, objects became anchors. Routine became an emotional shield. Silence became a hiding place. And these habits, though harmless on the surface, created a mental environment where darker thoughts could thrive without interruption. Jeffrey's social habits followed similar patterns. He visited bars and nightclubs not to socialize, but to drift, moving quietly through crowds, observing rather than engaging. He watched people laugh, dance, and connect with an ease he had never experienced. Their joy didn't anger him, it bewildered him. He couldn't understand how they created relationships so effortlessly. He couldn't understand how they sustained them. The more he observed, the more he convinced himself that emotional closeness was something fundamentally out of reach for him. This belief deepened his loneliness. And loneliness deepened his fantasies. The fantasies strengthened his need for control. And control became the root of every pattern that would follow. At first, Jeffrey sought companionship in quiet, consensual ways. He invited people back to his apartment to watch movies, drink, and spend time together. These encounters gave him temporary relief from isolation, but the relief never lasted. Conversations felt forced. Connection felt shallow. When people left, whether after an hour or a night, Jeffrey felt the same crushing emptiness return. The departure wasn't just sad for him, it was destabilizing. Each goodbye reopened the same emotional wound he had carried since childhood. The wound of abandonment. The wound of being left behind. The wound of losing the illusion of connection the moment someone walked through the door. This emotional cycle became one of his strongest patterns. Seek connection, feel temporary relief, lose connection, collapse internally, repeat. Every time the cycle repeated, the emotional crash hit harder. He tried fighting it. He tried drinking more to numb the pain. He tried distracting himself with work, movies, and long walks around the city. He even tried to convince himself that he didn't need anyone at all. None of it worked. The loneliness always came back. And each return made the fantasies in his mind feel less like imagination and more like solutions, ways to stop time, prevent abandonment, and create a moment that would not slip away. Jeffrey also developed a pattern of hiding his emotional turmoil behind politeness. Neighbors described him as shy but respectful. Co-workers saw him as quiet but dependable. Supervisors noted his calm demeanor, even when he was drinking heavily. The mask worked. People trusted it. And that trust allowed him to slip deeper into isolation without interference. But the mask was cracking. He began losing jobs at a faster rate. His drinking intensified. His emotions grew unstable, not explosive, but inconsistent, marked by sudden detachment, long silences, and nights where he paced the apartment in restless confusion. The loneliness became a pressure he could feel physically, tightening his chest, clouding his thoughts, pushing him toward fantasies he no longer understood how to avoid. His world grew so small that the only time he felt calm was when he could control his environment completely. When the blinds were shut. When the lights were low. When the fish tanks buzzed gently in the background. When the door was locked. When silence returned. This was the true beginning of Jeffrey's collapse. Not a violent collapse. A psychological one. A collapse built on quietness, repetition, and the belief that he was incapable of being loved in the way he needed. Control became the only thing he could rely on. Control over his apartment. Control over his routines. Control over his interactions. And eventually, control over whether someone stayed or left. This psychological shift, not a single moment, but a long, gradual descent, created the blueprint for everything that followed. He didn't see it as madness. He saw it as survival. He saw it as the only way to silence the emptiness that had shaped his entire life. And as these patterns strengthened, the man Milwaukee knew as the quiet neighbor began to transform into someone shaped entirely by fear, compulsion, and longing. Someone who no longer believed he could live without control. Someone who slipped deeper into a world where fantasy mattered more than reality. Someone who was beginning to break. The patterns were no longer emerging. They were becoming him. And soon, those patterns would pull him past the point of no return. By the late 1980s, Jeffrey Dahmer's life had shrunk into something almost unrecognizable, not chaotic, not explosive, but quietly collapsing in a way that only someone deeply isolated could understand. The patterns that once hovered in the background of his mind had now become the architecture of his entire existence. They guided his choices, shaped his routines, and defined the boundaries of his world. And increasingly, they felt like the only parts of his life he could control. Jeffrey lived with a kind of emotional tunnel vision. Everything outside his immediate environment, friendships, relationships, future plans, goals, felt unreachable, like distant landmarks seen through fog. But what happened inside his apartment, that he understood. That he could manage. That he could shape into something consistent. The Oxford apartments became his sanctuary and his prison at the same time. Every detail had meaning. Every object had purpose. Every habit had intention. He arranged his small space with the same precision someone might use to build a fragile structure, not because he was meticulous by nature, but because the structure itself kept him from unraveling completely. His routines in the apartment created a rhythm he could anticipate, and predictability brought him comfort. Without it, the loneliness noisily clawed its way back into his mind. He kept the television on almost constantly, even when he wasn't watching it. The noise helped him feel less alone. The glow from the screen softened the darkness. Voices of actors and reporters filled the space where real human connections should have been. It was one of the few things that made the room feel alive. He paced at night, walking in slow loops around the small floor, sipping from bottles he hid beneath the sink and inside drawers. These nightly walks weren't angry or frantic, they were restless, like a mind circling the same question again and again, searching for an answer that didn't exist. Why couldn't he hold on to people? Why did everyone leave? Why was connection so impossible for him? The more he asked himself these questions, the farther he drifted from reality. His attempts at companionship grew more strained. Conversations felt heavier. Social interactions felt unnatural. Even casual exchanges at work drained him. And the moment anyone hinted they wanted space, or time, or distance, even in the most innocent ways, Jeffrey felt the familiar ache of abandonment rise in his chest. To him, distance felt like rejection. Rejection felt like danger. Danger felt like losing the fragile sense of control he fought so hard to maintain. So he withdrew even more. People often imagine that someone descending into darkness becomes bold, aggressive, or visibly disturbed. But Jeffrey became quieter. Softer. More detached. He didn't lash out at the world, he receded from it. Each day, he slipped a little further into the narrow space he created for himself, a space where only silence, routine, and fantasy existed. The fantasies were the most dangerous part. Not because of what they contained, but because of what they replaced. They replaced loneliness with imagined connection. They replaced fear with imagined control. They replaced instability with imagined permanence. And Jeffrey's mind, shaped by years of emotional absence, clung to these fantasies as substitutes for reality. Of course, fantasy and reality are not meant to coexist. As his internal world grew stronger, his connection to the external world weakened. By now, he had stopped trying to form meaningful relationships. Stopped trying to date. Stopped trying to socialize. He didn't believe he was capable of the kind of connection everyone else seemed to navigate effortlessly. Instead, he focused on moments, brief, fragile moments of closeness that he tried to stretch into something lasting. He created internal stories where people stayed, where they didn't judge or reject him. These stories were distorted, unhealthy, and rooted in emotional desperation, but they were the only thing that made him feel anything at all. And slowly, the line between story and reality began to blur. This blurring wasn't sudden. It was quiet. Invisible. A gradual erosion of the mental boundary that keeps fantasy in its place. Alcohol accelerated it. Isolation amplified it. Years of unresolved trauma cemented it. In this state, Jeffrey began making choices that even he struggled to explain later. He sought situations where he didn't have to fear someone leaving. He sought interactions where he could control the outcome. He sought connection that didn't vanish overnight. But these were not normal needs. They were the distorted reflections of emotional wounds that had shaped him since childhood. Inside his mind, he believed he was solving a problem. The problem of loneliness. The problem of abandonment. The problem of emotional dependency he never learned to manage. But outside his mind, he was building the patterns that would define him in history as one of the most disturbed individuals of his time. This chapter, the emergence of his patterns, was the point where Jeffrey Dahmer became trapped inside his own psyche. A place where fantasy replaced reality. Where routine replaced connection. Where control replaced companionship. And once those patterns solidified, there was no path back, not for Jeffrey, and not for the people who crossed his path in the years that followed. Milwaukee had no idea what was forming behind the door of apartment 213. No one sensed the shift. No one recognized the danger. No one saw the quiet collapse. But the patterns were there. Fully formed. Fully rooted. Fully consuming. And the next chapter, Victims and Vanishing, A City Unaware, marks the moment those patterns finally broke through the surface. Chapter 7, Victims and Vanishing, A City Unaware. Milwaukee in the late 1980s was a city going through slow transformation. New businesses opened, old factories closed, and neighborhoods shifted with the quiet rhythm of urban change. People moved in and out of apartments, started new jobs, lost old ones, built friendships, and drifted away. In a place where life moved at a steady pace, disappearances didn't immediately set off alarms. People came and went. That was the rule of the city. And Jeffrey Dahmer understood that rule better than anyone. By now, Jeffrey had become a familiar figure in certain parts of Milwaukee's nightlife, the bars, clubs, and dim corners where people searched for belonging, companionship, or simply a distraction from their own struggles. To the people who recognized his face, he seemed harmless. Maybe a little shy. Maybe a little awkward. But never threatening. Never dangerous. He blended in easily because he tried to. He knew how to lower his gaze just enough to appear gentle. How to speak softly so no one felt uneasy. How to offer a quiet smile that made him forgettable rather than suspicious. And in a world full of louder personalities, forgettable was the perfect disguise. The people Jeffrey approached were not random. They were individuals who, like him, were often searching for something: connection, acceptance, someone to talk to, someone who understood. Many came from backgrounds marked by hardship. Many were navigating their own challenges. Many lived lives that brushed against the edges of society, making them less visible to the world and, tragically, to law enforcement. To Jeffrey, these individuals represented something much more complicated. The possibility of closeness without fear of rejection. He spoke to them calmly. Offered them drinks. Listened more than he talked. He didn't pressure. He didn't rush. He simply lingered, in that soft-spoken way of his, until trust formed, or until the illusion of trust was enough. In those early interactions, Jeffrey wasn't driven by aggression. He was driven by fear, the fear of abandonment that had shaped every chapter of his life. He wanted someone to stay. To be near him. To give him a sense of companionship he had never experienced. But real companionship required emotional openness, and Jeffrey didn't know how to offer that. His mind twisted that longing into something unrecognizable, something unhealthy, something dangerous. And the patterns he formed in Chapter 6 now began unfolding into actions. People began going missing. Quietly. Without witnesses. Without scenes. Without evidence. The disappearances blended into the background noise of Milwaukee's struggles. Young individuals leaving home, moving cities, changing partners, seeking new opportunities, or stepping into places where police attention was already stretched thin by poverty, crime, and limited resources. The city didn't connect the dots. How could they? There were no dramatic events. No public confrontations. No warnings. Just individuals who vanished between one night and the next. Families reported them missing, but many of those families had learned to navigate a system that often responded slowly. Some were told their loved one had simply left. Others were told they'd probably return. Some cases were filed away quietly, marked by incomplete information or circumstances the police considered non-urgent. Meanwhile, Jeffrey continued drifting through Milwaukee as if nothing had changed. Neighbors saw him carrying groceries. Store clerks watched him buy beer. Co-workers noticed his tired eyes and distant expression. Bar patrons saw him sitting alone in the corner booth, sipping quietly. No one imagined the truth. Not because they were naive, but because Jeffrey had spent his entire life perfecting the art of appearing harmless. And the Oxford apartments, old, worn, and filled with people fighting their own battles, became the perfect place for a man like him to go unnoticed. Tenants heard noises from apartment 213, but noises were normal in buildings like that. A thud, a scrape, a strange hum, a muffled crash. No one questioned it. Life came with sounds. Some tenants smelled odd odors drifting into the hallway. As Jeffrey Dahmer moved deeper into Milwaukee's nightlife, his presence became familiar but unremarkable, the quiet man at the bar, the soft-spoken figure lingering on the edge of conversations, the one who bought drinks but rarely started them. To most people, he blended into the background so seamlessly that he became almost invisible. But invisibility is a powerful thing. It allows patterns to form. It allows danger to grow without being recognized. It allows someone to stand inches from suspicion without ever drawing its gaze. Jeffrey's nights followed a rhythm that felt predictable to him, even if it looked aimless to everyone else. He drifted from one dimly lit room to another, moving through Milwaukee's bars and clubs with the same quiet gait, searching for something he couldn't describe. He wasn't looking for a specific type of person, not in appearance, not in background, not in personality. What he was drawn to was vulnerability. Not weakness. Not helplessness. But vulnerability in the emotional sense, people who, like him, were navigating life in the margins. Young men dealing with rejection. Young men looking for acceptance. Young men who left home to escape judgment. Young men who didn't always have a stable place to return to. Jeffrey didn't select them because they were easy to manipulate. He gravitated toward them because he recognized something familiar in them, loneliness, searching, longing for connection. These were feelings he understood intimately. Milwaukee's nightlife scene at the time was a refuge for many people seeking belonging, a place where they could exist without explanation, where identity and acceptance weren't tied to strict rules or social expectations. But it was also a place where people slipped through the cracks. If someone didn't return home one night, friends might assume they left with someone new, stayed somewhere else, or simply needed space. And when families reported loved ones missing, they faced a system not built to track adults with complicated lives. They're probably out of town. They might come back. They're old enough to leave on their own. Give it time. Time was the one thing no one realized they didn't have. Jeffrey understood how easily Milwaukee lost track of people. He observed the way the community drifted. He noticed how individuals came and went without much explanation. He saw how poverty, judgment, and social tension created blind spots in the city's awareness. And within those blind spots, his patterns deepened. His interactions with people followed a quiet ritual. Nothing dramatic. Nothing suspicious. Nothing that would raise an eyebrow. He approached gently. He offered drinks. He listened more than he spoke. He made people feel seen. For him, that was the only way he ever felt seen himself. But beneath the softness of his voice and the shyness of his smile, Jeffrey carried the same internal storm that had shaped him since adolescence. The need for someone to stay. The fear of someone leaving. The loneliness that felt unbearable, like an ache he carried in his chest. When someone agreed to spend time with him, even briefly, Jeffrey felt a temporary sense of relief, a soft, fleeting warmth he had almost forgotten how to feel. But it never lasted. The moment he sensed they might leave, the same panic returned. The same hopelessness. The same spiraling thoughts that told him he could never hold on to anyone in the normal way. His desire for connection and his inability to maintain it created a psychological battle he could not resolve. And the more he tried to control his life on the surface, the clean apartment, the predictable routines, the dim lighting, the less control he felt over the urges forming beneath it. Meanwhile, the city continued its daily rhythm, unaware of the growing pattern of disappearances. Some families searched endlessly. Some filed reports. Some waited in fear, hoping their loved one would walk through the door. Others heard nothing, no leads, no calls, no answers. Still, no wider alarm sounded. No connections were made. No one realized that a single person was quietly weaving himself into the shadows of multiple lives. Milwaukee's police force faced heavy workloads, limited resources, and constant pressure. In neighborhoods where disappearances were more common, officers often prioritized cases with immediate evidence of danger, runaways, adults living independent lives, or individuals with complicated social ties didn't always receive urgent attention. And Jeffrey knew how to exploit this without even trying. Not through intelligence or planning, but through sheer invisibility. He didn't stand out. He didn't draw attention. He didn't fit the stereotype of a predator. He looked like someone who needed help, not someone who caused harm. The people he approached didn't see a threat either. They saw a quiet man with tired eyes. Someone who seemed lonely. Someone who didn't judge them. Someone who offered companionship, even if temporarily. Jeffrey's ability to mimic empathy, to mirror the loneliness he recognized in others, made people trust him. Trust was the one thing he had always wanted. And the one thing he didn't know how to handle. As more individuals vanished from Milwaukee's streets, bars, and corner stores, the city remained unaware, not because it was careless, but because the disappearances didn't follow a pattern anyone could see. They were scattered across neighborhoods. They involved different backgrounds. They seemed random. Only Jeffrey knew the thread connecting them. Not because he planned it, but because his emotional collapse made him the thread. This was the period when a dangerous quiet settled over Milwaukee, a silence shaped by missed warnings, overlooked disappearances, and a man whose exterior masked a storm no one saw brewing. But the silence wouldn't last forever. Cracks were forming. Questions were beginning. Patterns were inching toward visibility. And soon, the city would face the truth it had overlooked for too long. As the late 1980s moved toward the early 1990s, something subtle began to shift in Milwaukee. It wasn't a sudden alarm or a dramatic revelation, just a slow accumulation of unease. A feeling that something wasn't right. A sense that people were disappearing too quietly, too often, without explanation. But the cracks forming in the silence were faint, barely visible, and easily ignored. The city had grown used to struggle. It had become desensitized to hardship. When someone went missing, many assumed it was temporary, a move, a breakup, a job change, a misunderstanding. Still, for the families who waited, the silence was devastating. They called friends. They contacted police. They asked questions in neighborhoods and bars, retracing the last known steps of their sons, brothers, and partners. Some families received reassurance from authorities, the kind that offers comfort but no answers. Others received paperwork and case numbers. A few were told, indirectly or directly, that their loved one might have simply walked away from their life. But they knew better. They knew something was wrong. They could feel it in the hollow quiet that followed the missing person's last goodbye. And yet, even with growing anxiety, the city remained unaware of just how many young men had vanished. Many of the disappearances occurred in communities already overlooked, places where people struggled daily, where law enforcement faced limited resources, where trust between residents and institutions was fragile. These environments created gaps in communication, gaps in awareness, and gaps where danger could thrive unnoticed. Through these gaps, Jeffrey Dahmer moved without suspicion. His behavior, though strange at times, didn't raise alarms serious enough for intervention. His neighbors at the Oxford apartments came and went, busy with their own lives, their own worries. The building wasn't a place of tight community, it was a place of quiet coexistence. Some tenants, especially those living closest to Jeffrey, noticed unusual things. Strange odors drifting down the hallway. Noises late at night, dragging, thumping, pacing. The sound of a freezer opening and closing repeatedly. People entering apartment 213 and not being seen again. But these observations didn't connect into a unified suspicion. One tenant blamed the building's aging plumbing. Another assumed Jeffrey was storing spoiled food. Others chalked it up to the normal oddities of apartment living. And Jeffrey, whenever approached, was apologetic and calm. "Sorry about that," he would say. "I'm having trouble with the refrigerator. I'll take care of it. I'm working on it." His soft voice and polite manner reassured people more than it should have. No one expects danger from someone who sounds like they're trying to fix a small household inconvenience. His quiet nature allowed him to erase concern the same way he erased suspicion, gently, subtly, without confrontation. Meanwhile, police did encounter Jeffrey on more than one occasion, but each time, they saw nothing alarming. He cooperated. He smiled faintly. He spoke clearly. He didn't argue. He didn't show aggression. He appeared to be a man with poor housekeeping skills, a drinking problem, or personal struggles, but nothing more. In a different life, perhaps those struggles would have led him to treatment, support, or intervention. But in this life, they only deepened the patterns that were already consuming him. Throughout Milwaukee, friends and acquaintances of missing men began whispering to one another. "Have you seen him? He hasn't called anyone. He didn't show up to work. He's just gone." These whispered concerns never reached a volume loud enough to trigger citywide attention. Not yet. The reality was that Jeffrey Dahmer's actions were scattered across time and location. The disappearances did not follow a clear public pattern. They didn't occur in the same neighborhood or involve victims with identical backgrounds. They were spread thinly across a city already dealing with its own noise, its own problems, its own blind spots. This made Jeffrey's quiet descent all the more difficult to trace. But the psychological pressure building inside him was becoming too heavy to contain. His patterns, shaped by fear, loneliness, and obsession, were reaching a breaking point. Not because he wanted recognition. Not because he wanted escalation. But because his internal world was collapsing under the weight of unresolved emotional turmoil. The more he tried to fill the void inside him, the deeper the void became. The more he tried to control his environment, the more unstable it grew. The more he tried to silence the loneliness, the louder it echoed. And in this fragile state, Jeffrey began making mistakes, small, subtle, but enough to draw faint lines between cases that had once seemed entirely unrelated. A missed shift at work. An odd encounter with a neighbor. A smell too strong to ignore. A conversation overheard. A victim's family refusing to let the case fade. These small cracks in the silence were the beginning of Jeffrey's unraveling. Milwaukee didn't see the full picture yet, but it was close, closer than anyone realized. The city's attention was beginning to shift, like a lens slowly coming into focus. And once the focus sharpened, the truth would be impossible to ignore. For now, though, the city remained unaware, living in the calm before the storm, unaware that apartment 213 held the key to dozens of unanswered questions. The storm was coming. The silence was about to break. And the life Jeffrey Dahmer built carefully, quietly, and destructively was nearing its end. Chapter 8, The House of Horrors, Secrets Behind Closed Doors. From the outside, the Oxford Apartments were ordinary, a worn three-story building tucked into a quiet Milwaukee neighborhood. Its beige exterior blended into the block, unnoticed by anyone who didn't live there. People walked by daily without glancing at it. It was the kind of place where rent was cheap, neighbors kept to themselves, and silence hung in the hallways like a permanent resident. Behind one of those closed doors, in Unit 213, lived Jeffrey Dahmer. To most of the world, his apartment was simply a small, cluttered space occupied by a lonely young man with a drinking problem. To Jeffrey, however, apartment 213 became something far more complicated, a sanctuary, a hiding place, and the physical representation of his unraveling mind. The apartment wasn't clean, but it wasn't chaotic either. It carried the stillness of someone who lived in isolation. The blinds were always drawn, blocking out sunlight and prying eyes. Lamps cast dim pools of yellow light around the room, leaving the corners in shadow. The hum of the refrigerator and the bubbling of the fish tank were the only sounds that broke the silence. Anyone who walked in immediately felt it. The heaviness, the quietness, the strange stillness that seemed to cling to the walls. Jeffrey liked it that way. He liked the control. The predictability. The absence of movement. The sense that nothing inside the apartment could leave unless he allowed it. It was the only place in his life where he felt in control, and the only place where his fantasies no longer needed to remain fantasies. To the outside world, the apartment was unremarkable. Tenants passed his door without giving it a thought. The hallway carpet muffled sound, and the building structure prevented conversations from traveling far. It was easy for Jeffrey to exist unnoticed. Inside, his life operated on routine. He woke late, often hungover from a night of drinking. He cleaned just enough to keep the space livable. He rearranged objects that mattered to him, small items he kept for reasons even he couldn't fully explain. He sat for long periods, staring at the television without absorbing anything that was playing. He paced the floor in slow circles, lost in thought. He left for work, returned quietly, drank, and repeated the cycle. The apartment was his world, and the world outside grew smaller each day. Neighbors remembered strange smells coming from Unit 213. They described it as chemical, metallic, rotten, or just wrong. When they complained, Jeffrey apologized with the same soft, tired expression he used in every uncomfortable situation. I had food go bad. My refrigerator broke. I'm sorry, I'll clean it. He said it gently, never angrily, and people accepted the explanation because it felt easier to believe something mundane than something monstrous. And most importantly, Jeffrey didn't look dangerous. He kept a calm demeanor. He spoke quietly. He avoided confrontation. He acted like the kind of tenant who simply struggled to maintain his space, not someone hiding a deep internal chaos. His fish tank, glowing softly in the living room, added to the illusion. People interpreted it as a sign of normalcy. Someone who cared for pets couldn't possibly be dangerous, right? But the truth was more complicated. The fish tank wasn't there for decoration. It wasn't a hobby. It was one of the few things in Jeffrey's life that reflected the calm, controlled environment he wished he could maintain within himself. Water contained everything. Nothing escaped. Nothing abandoned him. Everything inside moved only according to the rules of the tank. In a strange, quiet way, the fish tank mirrored his desire for a world that stayed still. The decor of the apartment revealed this desire in subtle ways. A locked bedroom door. A drawer that always stayed closed. A cabinet Jeffrey never let anyone open. A refrigerator. Arranged with the precision of someone trying to organize his mind through objects. He lived among secrets, and the apartment held them all. Visitors rarely stayed long, not because Jeffrey scared them, but because the atmosphere did. There was something unsettling about the stagnant air, the dim lighting, the way Jeffrey drifted around the space like a shadow. People left without being able to describe why they felt uneasy. They just knew they didn't want to linger. Jeffrey didn't mind. He didn't want visitors. Visitors disrupted the ritual he built around solitude. The deeper his isolation grew, the more the apartment seemed to reflect the state of his psyche. It became darker, quieter, more disconnected from reality. Jeffrey found comfort in the silence but also fear of losing control, fear of being discovered, fear of his internal world spilling into the external one. But he couldn't stop. His patterns had become stronger than his intentions. His loneliness had become stronger than his guilt. His fantasies had become stronger than his ability to resist them. And as the apartment grew into a place where those fantasies lived unchecked, the rest of Milwaukee moved forward unaware of the storm building behind one locked door, unaware of how many unanswered questions led back to the same hallway, the same building, the same unit number. A quiet man behind a quiet door, hiding the unraveling of a mind that had slipped so far from ordinary understanding that even he no longer recognized the world outside. Apartment 213 was Jeffrey's universe now, a place without judgment, without interruption, without expectation. A place where isolation felt like safety. A place where control felt like survival. A place where secrets could live untouched by the eyes of the city. But secrets never stay hidden forever. And the apartment that protected Jeffrey for so long was about to become the key to exposing everything he thought he had under control. As the months passed, Jeffrey Dahmer's life inside apartment 213 followed a rhythm known only to him, a rhythm shaped not by time or routine, but by isolation. The outside world faded into something distant and unimportant. Inside those dim walls, time blurred. Days merged with nights. Hours slipped by without meaning. To Jeffrey, the apartment was no longer just a living space. It was a world built from silence, loneliness, and a desperate attempt to feel in control. He rearranged the furniture slowly, as if adjusting the environment could adjust his thoughts. The fish tank remained a centerpiece, its gentle bubbling sound acting like a metronome to his drifting, fragmented mind. The glowing water cast faint reflections across the living room, adding movement to an otherwise motionless space. Jeffrey often stood in front of the tank, staring at the fish the way others stare at a fireplace, hypnotized, comforted, searching for something inside their repetitive, predictable movements. The tank was predictable in a way human relationships were not. The fish never left him. They never judged him. They never challenged him. In their silence, he found a warped sense of companionship. His drinking habits worsened during this period, though he hid it well from anyone who might have noticed. Jeffrey wasn't the explosive, emotional kind of drinker. He drank to quiet his mind, to soften the intrusive thoughts, to make the hours pass with less weight on his chest. Bottles accumulated slowly, tucked behind cabinets or placed beneath the sink, where the clutter blended into the shadows. When he was sober, Jeffrey felt exposed. When he was intoxicated, he felt numb, and numbness made the world easier to exist in. His work life deteriorated in cycles. He would show up for shifts tired but calm, keeping to himself, completing tasks with quiet focus. Then, without warning, he would spiral, missing shifts, arriving late, or showing signs of heavy drinking. Supervisors grew frustrated, but he always apologized softly, avoiding conflict. His polite demeanor made it difficult for anyone to confront him aggressively. People didn't see darkness in Jeffrey. They saw instability. A struggling young man barely holding himself together. And that image allowed the truth to slip through the cracks. Neighbors continued to notice things. Odd noises. Strange smells. Unsettling stillness. A lingering tension around Jeffrey's door, as if the air itself felt heavier in that part of the hallway. One neighbor, a woman who lived down the hall, mentioned to management that the smell was becoming unbearable. The landlord checked the apartment, but only superficially. Jeffrey blamed spoiled meat again. He offered a small, embarrassed smile, the kind that makes the other person want to drop the subject out of politeness. And the subject was dropped. No one pushed further. No one insisted on inspecting the back room or the closed drawers or the refrigerator that hummed with a strange, uneven rhythm. People trusted explanations more than they trusted their instincts. During this time, Jeffrey's interactions with others grew increasingly strained. He still visited bars, still drifted through familiar spaces, but he did so with a sense of urgency that bordered on panic. He wasn't looking for friendship now, he was looking for relief. His loneliness had reached a point where the idea of being alone for another night felt unbearable. He spoke softly, as always. He offered drinks. He tried to appear friendly, though the exhaustion in his eyes made his attempts feel hollow. People sensed something was off, though they couldn't pinpoint what it was. Some described him as distant. Some as depressed. Some as strangely intense behind the calm facade. Jeffrey noticed their hesitation, and it scared him. He needed these interactions to feel normal, to maintain the illusion that he could still connect with people in some capacity. But each month, that illusion slipped further away. Inside apartment 213, the psychological tension thickened. Jeffrey felt trapped, not by the city, not by the people, but by his own compulsions. He didn't understand why his mind worked the way it did. He didn't understand why fear of abandonment twisted into something so much darker. He didn't understand why he couldn't stop. What he did understand was that his control over the apartment had become the only control left in his life. He kept certain items organized in exact positions, not because he cared about cleanliness, but because their placement made him feel stable. He checked locks repeatedly. He monitored the fish tank obsessively. He paced the narrow living room like a man torn between wanting to escape and knowing he couldn't survive outside those walls. He wanted connection. He wanted comfort. He wanted a world that didn't leave him behind. But all he had was Unit 213, a room that had begun to mirror his psyche so clearly that stepping inside felt like stepping into a physical representation of his internal collapse. Dimming lights. Stagnant air. Closed blinds. Locked doors. Shadows hiding shadows. And outside, Milwaukee continued unaware, its people drifting through their own lives, never imagining that the quiet apartment at the end of the hallway was becoming a place of secrets deep enough to change the city's history. The smells grew worse. The noise complaints increased. The strange comings and goings drew more attention. Whispers turned into concern. But concern wasn't enough to break the silence. Not yet. Jeffrey's world was tightening, shrinking, compressing under the weight of everything he tried to control. The walls of apartment 213 were closing in, and the truth, hidden for so long, was inching toward the surface. Soon, the apartment would no longer protect him. Soon, it would betray him. Soon, it would become the center of a nightmare neither Milwaukee nor the country would ever forget. But for now, the door remained shut. The hallways remained silent. And the secrets remained buried in the dim, stagnant air of Unit 213. By the early 1990s, Apartment 213 had become more than a physical space, it had become a pressure chamber. Every secret Jeffrey Dahmer carried, every fear he swallowed, every compulsion he acted on, every lie he told, all of it lived inside those walls, confined to the narrow rooms that now felt smaller each day. To outsiders, the apartment still looked like a lonely man's retreat, dim, cluttered, filled with the stale smell of cigarettes and old food. But to Jeffrey, the walls were closing in. The air felt heavier. The silence felt sharper. The weight of everything he had hidden pressed down on him like a tightening grip. He was no longer in control. He only believed he was. Jeffrey began losing track of time inside the apartment. Nights blurred into mornings. Mornings dissolved into afternoons. He slept irregularly, sometimes for long stretches, other times barely at all. He paced constantly, wearing a faint trail into the carpet. His thoughts looped endlessly, never offering relief. Every time he tried to suppress the urges that had taken root in his life, the pressure inside his mind intensified. Every attempt to stop became another battle lost. He wanted to feel normal. He wanted to function. He wanted to find a way out of the mental maze he'd been trapped in since adolescence. But isolation had reshaped him so completely that normalcy was no longer something he recognized. His compulsions had become the only part of his life that felt consistent, even when they terrified him. As his behavior deteriorated, the apartment reflected it more clearly. The smells grew stronger. Garbage piled up faster. The fish tank became cloudy, as if the water inside absorbed the tension of the room. The blinds remained closed around the clock, cutting off the last bit of sunlight the apartment used to receive. Jeffrey rarely opened the windows. He said it was because of bugs. But the truth was simpler. He feared the outside world drifting in, the noise, the movement, the unpredictability, the possibility of someone noticing too much. In this sealed environment, the apartment became suffocating, both physically and psychologically. The neighbors noticed things more frequently now. The odors that seeped into the hallway were harder to ignore. One tenant knocked on Jeffrey's door to complain directly. Jeffrey apologized softly and blamed a broken freezer. He promised he would clean it. The tenant accepted the apology, mostly because Jeffrey seemed so calm and embarrassed. But embarrassment wasn't the truth. He wasn't embarrassed. He was afraid. Afraid of exposure. Afraid of losing control. Afraid that everything he fought to hide would be revealed if anyone looked just a little too closely. Another neighbor mentioned strange noises, scraping, dragging, thumps at 2 or 3 in the morning. Jeffrey brushed it off with a faint smile, I dropped something. Or, I was rearranging furniture. Or, sorry, I didn't realize how late it was. He always played the role of the apologetic, quiet young man who didn't want trouble. And the role still worked, for now. But even the most convincing masks eventually crack. Jeffrey's drinking became more constant. He no longer drank socially. He drank alone, in the dim glow of his apartment, using alcohol as a way to silence the fear and loneliness that grew louder every day. The bottles multiplied, hidden behind cabinets, stacked under tables, tucked near the bed. Alcohol made his thoughts foggy, but fog offered relief from the storm inside him. At work, his co-workers began noticing the signs. His hands sometimes shook. His eyes looked distant, unfocused. He showed up late or not at all. He looked exhausted even after long nights of supposed rest. Supervisors confronted him gently at first, but Jeffrey always met them with the same soft-spoken explanations. Just tired. Not feeling well. I'm dealing with some things. The truth was deeper, he was unraveling, piece by piece. Inside apartment 213, these cracks became more visible through his behavior. He checked the locks repeatedly, sometimes 10 or 20 times in a row. He walked in circles, whispering to himself under his breath. He stared at the fish tank for long stretches, disconnected from reality. He cleaned obsessively one day, then let everything pile up the next. His mind drifted into darker, more tangled places, places shaped by fear and compulsion rather than intention. And yet, even in this fragile state, he continued inviting people to the apartment, not out of confidence, but out of desperation. His loneliness was unbearable. His need for connection overwhelmed his sense of self-preservation. He clung to the illusion that someone might stay with him willingly, even though he knew deep down it would never happen. Every visitor increased the risk of exposure. Every conversation threatened to reveal the cracks in his mask. Every complaint from a neighbor pushed him closer to panic. He lived in constant tension, wanting company but fearing it, needing connection but hiding every part of himself that might allow it. Meanwhile, Milwaukee remained unaware of the danger forming behind that locked door. The city was busy with its own struggles. Crime rates were rising. Resources were stretched. People were moving constantly. Many communities felt neglected and unheard. In that environment, Jeffrey's world grew darker without interruption. But the silence couldn't last. By this point, apartment 213 was no longer a sanctuary, it was a ticking clock. A fragile structure of lies, compulsions, and secrets that could collapse with a single unexpected moment. And that moment was coming soon. The smells were getting harder to ignore. The noises were happening more often. Jeffrey's mental state was slipping faster. And the people around him, neighbors, co-workers, strangers, were starting to feel that something was wrong, even if they didn't know what. Apartment 213 had held his secrets for years. But secrets, no matter how deeply buried, have a way of surfacing. The House of Horrors was beginning to whisper. And soon, those whispers would become loud enough for the entire city to hear. Chapter 9, Investigation and Suspicion, Red Flags Ignored. By the early 1990s, Milwaukee police were juggling an overwhelming number of cases, missing persons, robberies, domestic disputes, and a city struggling with the social and economic pressures of the time. In that chaos, quiet cases often slipped through the cracks. And Jeffrey Dahmer's world existed entirely inside those cracks. Young men were disappearing, but not in a pattern clear enough to connect on paper. Some had complicated home lives. Some were transient. Some had strained relationships with family. Others simply stopped showing up, to work, to school, to the places they were last seen. Families searched, waited, prayed, and pleaded for answers. But for many of them, the system responded slowly, cautiously, and sometimes not at all. And Jeffrey Dahmer continued living in plain sight. Police officers had crossed paths with him before, but never in a way that hinted at the truth. Each time, he appeared calm, tired, polite, the kind of person who seemed more troubled than dangerous. He never fit the stereotype of a predator. He never displayed aggression. He never panicked when questioned. His quiet demeanor was his shield, and the shield worked for far longer than anyone could have imagined. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, small red flags were beginning to gather, not enough to form a full picture, but enough to create unease. Some officers noticed the pattern of missing men in certain neighborhoods, but the cases were handled by different divisions, reported by different families, and scattered across different time periods. Without a clear thread connecting them, the suspicions never grew into formal action. The truth was hiding in plain sight, but the city wasn't looking in the right direction. One of the earliest people to raise questions was a neighbor from the Oxford apartments. She had heard noises at odd hours, thuds, dragging sounds, muffled movement. She noticed strange smells that seemed to drift from Jeffrey's door. At times, she heard the hum of something mechanical running long into the night. She called the police more than once, concerned for her safety and the safety of her children. But each time, officers arrived, spoke briefly with Jeffrey, and left with no reason to suspect anything more than a tenant with poor housekeeping and a persistent odor problem. Jeffrey answered the door with his usual quiet composure. "Sorry about that," he'd say. "I had some food spoil." Or, "I'm cleaning up now." Or, "The freezer broke." His explanations were delivered so softly, so calmly, that people accepted them. The officers saw no mess, no aggression, no reason to search further. They left without ever stepping beyond the entryway. They saw a polite man living alone. Not a man unraveling. Inside the department, case files on missing men sat in drawers, gathering dust. Some cases were marked inactive. Others were still open, but cold. Officers weren't ignoring them, they simply had no leads pointing in the same direction. No one imagined that all the missing threads led to a single apartment door on North 25th Street. Meanwhile, Jeffrey continued slipping through the system unnoticed. When he lost a job, it wasn't because co-workers suspected anything, it was because he wasn't showing up. When he bought chemicals, the store clerks didn't remember him. When he walked the streets at night, no one questioned why a young man wandered alone with a distant look in his eyes. He existed like a shadow, present, but never fully seen. Inside apartment 213, the tension grew. Jeffrey knew, even if subconsciously, that his world was fragile. Every complaint from a neighbor made him anxious. Every knock on the door sent a wave of panic through him. Every faint hint of suspicion felt like a threat to the sanctuary he had built. His mind worked in loops. What if they smell something? What if they knock again? What if someone comes inside? What if? This is the night everything collapses. But each time, the moment passed. Each time, the danger faded. Each time, he convinced himself he was safe again. He didn't realize how close he was to losing control. The police didn't realize how close they were to discovering the truth. And the city didn't realize that the person they overlooked was connected to some of their deepest fears. The tension surrounding Jeffrey's life grew tighter with every missed opportunity, every ignored warning, every conversation cut too short. But the pressure building around the Oxford apartments wasn't going to disappear. It was growing. Quietly, steadily, inevitably. Someone would push a little harder. Someone would ask the right question. Someone would stop accepting Jeffrey's explanations. And when that moment came, the red flags everyone had overlooked would finally connect into a single, terrifying picture. The picture of a man who hid behind politeness. A man who drifted through the city unnoticed. A man invisible to everyone but the people who trusted him. The investigation that had stalled for years was finally beginning to move, slowly, but unmistakably, toward the truth concealed behind the door of apartment 213. By the time spring of 1991 approached, the feeling that something was off about the Oxford apartments was no longer a quiet whisper among tenants, it was an uneasy hum that sat beneath every conversation in the hallway. Something about Jeffrey Dahmer made people uncomfortable, even if they couldn't articulate why. They noticed changes in him. His already quiet demeanor became more withdrawn. His eyes, once simply tired, now looked distant, almost hollow. He walked faster through the building, avoiding eye contact. He spoke less and apologized more. And the smell from his apartment, the one he blamed on spoiled meat and broken appliances, grew harder to ignore. Neighbors found themselves holding their breath as they passed Unit 213. Some knocked, hoping to confront him directly, only to find Jeffrey standing in the doorway with a soft expression and a calm voice, offering yet another explanation delivered with such humility that people felt guilty questioning him. "I'm sorry," he'd say. "It's just some food that went bad." Or, "I had a problem with the freezer again." Or, "I'll take care of it tonight." And every time, the conversation ended the same way. Reluctantly satisfied, tenants walked away thinking they had overreacted. But deep down, they hadn't. Their instincts were beginning to pick up on the truth their minds couldn't yet accept. Still, no one connected their uneasy feelings to the missing persons cases scattered throughout the city. Why would they? Jeffrey didn't look dangerous. He didn't look capable of hiding anything more serious than a messy kitchen. His politeness was a mask so convincing that even trained officers struggled to see past it. Police contact that almost changed everything. There were moments when everything could have ended sooner, moments when Jeffrey was within arm's reach of being discovered. One of the clearest came when a neighbor finally insisted that the smell coming from his apartment couldn't be explained by spoiled food. The landlord investigated again, and once more, Jeffrey met the concern with practiced calm. "Some meat spoiled while I was away," he said softly. "I'm sorry, I should have thrown it out sooner." His tone conveyed embarrassment, not defensiveness. His eyes stayed low. He apologized more than necessary. And the landlord, seeing no aggression, no defiance, no visible evidence of anything unusual, accepted the explanation. Jeffrey closed the door gently, and life continued. Another near miss occurred when police were called regarding a disturbance in the area. Officers knocked on Jeffrey's door to ask routine questions about noise in the building. Again, he answered politely. Again, his calm demeanor disarmed suspicion. Again, the officers left without stepping further inside. Each encounter was a thread that could have unraveled everything. But the threads never pulled tight enough. The neighborhood begins to connect the dots, quietly. By this point, the residents of the Oxford apartments noticed that Jeffrey had few friends, few visitors, and few signs of a normal social life. He walked alone. Ate alone. Sat alone at the laundromat. Carried groceries to his apartment at odd hours of the night. And when people asked casual questions. "Got plans tonight? Everything okay? How's work going?" Jeffrey responded with short, vague answers, as if speaking too much would reveal something he was desperate to keep hidden. He didn't want people curious about him. He didn't want anyone knowing where he was at all times. He didn't want neighbors paying too much attention. Because attention was dangerous. Attention meant questions. Questions meant risk. And Jeffrey lived in constant fear of risk. Jeffrey's internal collapse deepens. Inside the apartment, Jeffrey's mental state was deteriorating faster than anyone realized. He was struggling to keep his daily life from falling apart. He forgot shifts at work. Lost track of appointments. Became increasingly disorganized. Drank earlier in the day, more often, and more heavily. He wasn't sleeping. He wasn't eating regularly. He wasn't thinking clearly. His psychological unraveling spilled into the physical space around him, turning apartment 213 into a reflection of his inner turmoil. The air felt stale, the walls seemed closer, and the silence grew so heavy that even Jeffrey felt suffocated by it. He still tried to maintain the illusion of normalcy. No matter what was happening internally, he knew how to keep his voice calm when someone knocked. He knew how to force a faint smile. He knew how to deliver excuses that sounded believable. But inside, he was cracking, slowly, quietly, inevitably. The complaints continue. More neighbors began complaining. Some said the smell was becoming unbearable. Others said they heard strange noises, something like heavy thuds or dragging sounds. A few thought Jeffrey was doing some kind of late-night construction. One neighbor claimed to hear someone crying inside his apartment. Another said they heard Jeffrey talking to himself in a low, frantic voice. The tension in the building grew thicker. People avoided walking past his door at night. Parents told their children not to go near apartment 213. Tenants whispered about him in the laundry room, unsure if they were imagining things or witnessing something deeply wrong. But even as suspicion grew, nothing crossed the threshold into action. No one believed they had enough to call the police again. And even if they had, there was no clear evidence of wrongdoing. Jeffrey's mask still held, fragile, but intact. Patterns the police never saw. In another part of Milwaukee, detectives compared notes on missing men. Some noticed similarities: age, appearance, last known locations. But without a consistent timeline or a clear suspect, the connections remained surface level. No one thought to combine these threads with the odor complaints at the Oxford apartments, or the strange behavior of a quiet tenant who kept to himself. Jeffrey was invisible in the system the same way he was invisible in bars, stores, and sidewalks. He lived in the blind spot between departments, neighborhoods, and assumptions. And then, a shift. One evening, a neighbor reported hearing a loud argument inside Jeffrey's apartment, raised voices, panic, something that didn't sound normal. Moments later, silence. The neighbor hesitated before deciding whether to knock. Something told her to stay away. Something in her instincts warned her that opening that door might expose her to something she wasn't prepared to face. It was the moment everything nearly collapsed. And yet, it passed quietly. Without intervention. Jeffrey's world continued for a little longer. By the time 1991 arrived, the quiet warnings surrounding apartment 213 were no longer isolated. They had accumulated, scattered moments that, had they been connected, would have painted a very different picture. A neighbor's report of strange smells. A complaint about late-night noises. A missing person whose last known location was near Jeffrey's neighborhood. A store receipt showing unusual chemical purchases. A frightened young man who almost escaped but never filed a formal complaint. None of these moments existed in the same file. None of them were spoken about in the same room. None of them reached the same officer twice. They were puzzle pieces kept in separate drawers. Jeffrey Dahmer, quiet and unassuming, walked freely through the shadows between those drawers. His neighbors knew something wasn't right, though none could say exactly what. They spoke to each other in low tones while checking their mail or passing in the stairwell. Something smells strange again. I heard him pacing at 3 in the morning. People go into that apartment, but I never see them come out. He's too quiet. Too still. But suspicion among neighbors isn't evidence. And discomfort, on its own, wasn't enough to provoke action. When anyone got close to naming their fear, doubt silenced them. He seems polite. He keeps to himself. He always apologizes. He doesn't look dangerous. Jeffrey had spent his entire life learning how to be underestimated. It was his most effective skill. At work, supervisors noticed his inconsistency. Some days he appeared almost normal, working diligently, speaking softly, doing everything asked of him. Other days, he arrived late, distant, unfocused, with the smell of alcohol faint on his breath. Co-workers tried to help in small ways. "Are you okay, Jeff? You seem stressed. You need time off. You want to talk." He never accepted their invitations. He just lowered his eyes, shrugged slightly, and murmured, "I'm fine." But he wasn't fine. The storms inside his mind were becoming harder to contain. Meanwhile, the police were beginning to feel the weight of unsolved missing person cases, particularly among young men. A few officers grew uneasy, wondering why so many of the reports lacked clear conclusions. Still, no one had a name. No one had a location. No one had a pattern strong enough to suggest a single suspect. And even if they had, Jeffrey didn't fit that suspect's image. He lived alone, but many people did. He had a drinking problem, but many people did. He was socially withdrawn, but many people were. Milwaukee was a city where pain was often hidden, where people kept their struggles private, where neighbors lived close but lives rarely overlapped. Against this backdrop of emotional distance, Jeffrey's behaviors blended into the noise. In one of the eeriest missed moments, a young man once approached police officers, shaken and frightened. He described an encounter that made him deeply uncomfortable. Jeffrey had invited him over, then something felt wrong. He left quickly and sought help. But without evidence, without a complaint that fit a crime, without marks or injuries, officers couldn't act. They listened, made notes, and eventually moved on. They thought they had intervened before anything serious occurred. Jeffrey avoided suspicion by the thinnest margin imaginable. Another moment came when a department store employee remembered Jeffrey purchasing large quantities of chemicals, more than a typical person would ever need. She felt uneasy and considered reporting it, but chemicals aren't illegal to buy. Customers aren't required to explain themselves. And Jeffrey's quiet manner didn't suggest danger. So she let it go. It was a decision that haunted her years later. Back at the Oxford apartments, concern was growing too, particularly among the residents who lived closest to Jeffrey. The smells had returned more strongly. One neighbor even threatened to call the landlord repeatedly until something was done. Jeffrey's response was always the same. A soft apology. Lowered eyes. A murmured explanation about spoiled meat or a broken freezer. He delivered these lines with such steady calm that people doubted their own instincts. Maybe this really was just an odor problem. Maybe the building itself was old and the pipes were rusting. Maybe nothing was wrong. It's easy to explain away a feeling. Much harder to trust it. Then came the moment that should have changed everything. One night, a neighbor heard what sounded like a heated argument coming from Jeffrey's apartment, raised voices, panic, a sudden crash. The neighbor paused at her door, listening, heart pounding. But just as she gathered the courage to knock or call for help, the noise stopped. Silence returned. She hesitated. She waited. And eventually, she convinced herself she had imagined it. People fight sometimes. People argue. People fall. She didn't want to get involved in someone else's private business. And so, nothing happened. Jeffrey continued slipping between suspicion and invisibility, protected by timing, by doubt, by the polite facade he had mastered over decades. But the timing was changing. More missing person flyers were appearing on telephone poles. Families were growing desperate. The Oxford apartments were getting more complaints. Jeffrey's behavior was becoming more unstable. And the police were beginning to see subtle connections forming among the disappearances. Still faint. Still fragile. But forming. And all of those threads, the odors, the noises, the missing young men, were beginning to point in the same direction. Toward a quiet man at the end of a hallway. Toward an apartment unit no one wanted to visit. Toward secrets no longer fully hidden. Toward apartment 213. The red flags had been ignored for years. But soon, someone would stop ignoring them. And the truth that had lived in silence for so long would finally begin to emerge. By mid-1991, the soft-spoken young man at the end of the hallway was becoming impossible to ignore. Apartment 213 had become a kind of silent character in the building, a presence people felt before they even reached the third-floor landing. Neighbors spoke less casually now. Their earlier uncertainty was being replaced by a cautious, lingering concern. "He's strange, something's off. That smell is back again. I don't trust what he says anymore." The building manager had visited Jeffrey repeatedly, and each time Jeffrey apologized with the same weary voice. But now, his excuses were thinner. His tone was shakier. His eyes darted more. He was running out of explanations, and he knew it. Behind his door, the pressure inside his life was reaching a breaking point. Jeffrey unravels in plain sight. His appearance had changed. He had always looked tired, but now exhaustion seemed carved into his features. His clothes hung loosely on him. His posture drooped. His movements seemed slower, as if even walking across the room required effort. Alcohol had woven itself into every corner of his routine. He drank before work. He drank after work. He drank to sleep. He drank to stop his thoughts from spiraling into darker territories he couldn't control. The more he drank, the more mistakes he made, small slips that once would have terrified him, but now drifted into the background of his collapsing world. He forgot to throw out garbage. Forgot to wash dishes. Forgot conversations. Forgot appointments. Forgot lies he had told. What frightened him most wasn't being caught, not yet. What frightened him was how tightly life was closing in. He felt the walls of apartment 213 breathing with him, tightening around him like the city itself was shrinking. And he sensed something else. People were beginning to watch him. Not directly, not obviously. But he could feel it. A tenant peeking from behind a door frame when he walked by. A neighbor slowing down as she passed his unit. Someone staring at him a little too long in the hallway. He couldn't tell whether the suspicion was real or imagined, but the feeling ate at him relentlessly. The police grow uneasy too. In another part of Milwaukee, detectives reviewing missing person reports were beginning to see parallels. The disappearances weren't identical, but they hovered around similar neighborhoods, similar demographics, similar timelines. Files that had once seemed unrelated were slowly forming a blurry outline. A few detectives felt an itch, the sense that something was happening beneath the surface, something organized yet invisible. But they had no suspect. No clear lead. No address to watch. No name to circle in red ink. All they had were questions. And apartment 213 was one of the answers they didn't yet know they were searching for. A night that almost broke the silence. One of the closest near misses came late on a warm summer night. A tenant heard a sharp, sudden noise from Jeffrey's apartment, loud enough to make her sit up in bed. She hesitated, listening. Then came another thud. And then silence. She pressed her ear to the wall. Nothing. Then a faint, rhythmic sound, like someone pacing, slow and heavy. Fear crept into her chest, and she stepped back. For a moment, she considered calling the police. Her intuition screamed that something was wrong. But another part of her, the part trained to be polite, to avoid conflict, whispered, "Don't get involved. It's probably nothing." That night, she said nothing. Jeffrey, behind the closed door, stood completely still in the dark, listening to his heart hammer in his chest. He had nearly slipped. Nearly been exposed. Nearly cracked his mask. He pressed both hands against the wall and closed his eyes. He was losing control, and he knew it. A dangerous calm before the storm. The tension grew thicker in the hallways over the next week. Neighbors spoke in hushed tones. People walked faster past his door. Parents told their children not to linger near the third floor. Jeffrey felt it. He felt the shift in the air, suspicion replacing casual indifference. Every time someone knocked on his door, he paused before answering, pressing his ear to the wood, trying to hear tone, breath, posture. When he opened the door, his smile was thinner, more forced, his voice slightly rougher from sleepless nights and alcohol. Still, no one pushed too hard. No one asked the right questions. Not yet. Milwaukee was a city with its own troubles, and Jeffrey hid in the spaces between them. One mistake too many. Then came the moment that would quietly begin to tighten the investigation around him. A store clerk noticed Jeffrey again, buying chemicals. She remembered him from previous visits. Something about him unsettled her. His eyes were too distant. His voice too soft. His urgency too strange. This time, her unease lingered long after Jeffrey walked out the door. She mentioned him to a coworker. He comes in here too often. And he always looks off. The coworker shrugged. Some people are just weird. She dropped it, but the concern stayed with her. Other people were starting to feel it too. The feeling that Jeffrey Dahmer was not simply a quiet man living alone. The feeling that something darker was happening behind that door. Even Jeffrey felt the shift. He sensed that the world around him was finally closing in, pulling threads he couldn't hold on to anymore. His rituals no longer soothed him. His alcohol no longer numbed him. His lies felt thinner each time he spoke them. Every knock on his door made him jump. Every footstep in the hallway made him freeze. Every police car passing the apartment made him wonder if this was the night everything shattered. And in a way, it was. The unraveling begins. The neighbors weren't imagining it. Detectives weren't imagining it. Even Jeffrey wasn't imagining it. For the first time in years, the silence surrounding apartment 213 was beginning to crack. Suspicion was no longer a whisper. It was a presence. A slow, growing pulse in the air. People were watching. People were questioning. People were connecting the dots. Not fully. Not clearly. Not enough to name him. But enough to set in motion the final steps toward the inevitable. The investigation, long stalled and scattered, was beginning to drift, unknowingly but steadily, toward the man who had been hiding in plain sight. Toward the building filled with unanswered questions. Toward the door that held the city's greatest secret. Toward apartment 213. And soon, the silence would break. Chapter 10, Neighbors and Community, Unseen Warnings. By the summer of 1991, the Oxford apartments had become a place where unspoken tension lived in the walls. People didn't say it openly, but everyone felt it, a subtle anxiety, a quiet dread, something that tightened the air each time someone climbed the third-floor staircase. It wasn't the building itself. It wasn't the neighborhood. It was apartment 213. Everyone sensed it, even if they couldn't explain why. The neighbors who lived closest to Jeffrey Dahmer were a diverse group: families, young men, elderly tenants, single mothers, people who worked long hours, people who rarely left home. The building wasn't unsafe, but it wasn't luxurious either. It was the sort of place where tenants passed each other with nods instead of full conversations, where privacy was respected because it was shared. And yet, despite this quiet coexistence, eyes started lingering on one door more than any other. Jeffrey's door. Some tenants avoided walking by it at night. Others kept their children from wandering the hallway. A few made a point to lock their doors more tightly, even in the middle of the day. No one knew exactly what was wrong, only that something was. The smell everyone knew, but no one understood. For months, the building carried an odor that drifted in and out of the hallways like a warning nobody could interpret. Sometimes it smelled chemical, sharp, metallic, unfamiliar. Other times it smelled like decay, heavy, sour, unsettling enough to wrinkle noses and raise eyebrows. At its worst, the scent seemed to cling to the air long after people walked past Jeffrey's door. Tenants complained. They knocked on the landlord's office door, shaking their heads and fanning their hands in front of their faces. It's coming from his place. It's bad again. Something isn't right. The landlord, tired of the recurring issue, visited Jeffrey repeatedly. And every time, Jeffrey greeted him the same way, with an apologetic smile, with lowered eyes, with a soft voice that sounded sincere. "Sorry about that," he'd say, shifting slightly in the doorway. "My freezer broke. I had some meat go bad. I left some fish too long." The excuses changed slightly each time, but the tone never did. Calm. Polite. Embarrassed. It was hard to distrust a man who never raised his voice, never argued, never showed anger. Jeffrey apologized until people felt guilty for accusing him of anything at all. And so the smell remained, unexplained, unresolved, unchallenged. The sounds no one wanted to interpret. Along with the odor came noises, faint, strange, and impossible to identify. Late at night, there were thuds. Dragging sounds. A muffled clatter that made tenants pause mid-step. Occasionally, something resembling a low, panicked voice, too quiet to understand, too alarming to forget. People pressed their ears to walls. They listened in silence. Then pretended they heard nothing. In buildings like Oxford, people respected each other's privacy, sometimes to a fault. Tenants didn't want to overstep. Didn't want to provoke conflict. Didn't want to accuse someone of something that might simply be loneliness or depression or unusual habits. And so they convinced themselves there had to be another explanation. It must be his fish tank. Maybe he dropped something. He probably has a guest over. I'm sure it's nothing. But deep down, they felt the truth. The noises weren't normal. They were warnings. Jeffrey's silent relationship with his neighbors. Though Jeffrey lived among people, he barely interacted with them. He walked with his head lowered, shoulders slightly hunched, steps quiet. When he did speak, it was brief, a nod, a soft hello, a mumbled apology if he brushed past someone too closely. His neighbors described him in similar ways. He kept to himself. He was very quiet. He never caused trouble. He didn't socialize. He just existed. But a few noticed details that left them uneasy. His eyes, distant, unfocused, as if he wasn't really present. His gestures, stiff, rehearsed, like someone performing normalcy instead of living it. His aura, lonely, dark, heavy in a way that made people instinctively step back. Some tenants avoided him entirely, crossing to the other side of the hallway when they saw him approaching. Others felt sorry for him, sensing the depth of his isolation. And a few, those with sharper instincts, felt something darker. They couldn't name it. But they felt it. A heaviness around him. A quiet that wasn't peaceful, but eerie. A presence that didn't fit anywhere, not in the building, not in the neighborhood, not in the rhythms of daily life. Jeffrey Dahmer didn't stand out. But he didn't blend in either. He existed in the space between both, a man so unremarkable that people forgot him, yet so unsettling that they remembered him for reasons they couldn't explain. A community too busy to notice the pattern. Milwaukee at the time was a city facing deep challenges, high crime rates, economic instability, neighborhoods struggling with limited resources. Police response times were slow. Caseloads were heavy. People looked after themselves and hoped for the best. In a city like that, it was easy for red flags to go unnoticed. Young men went missing, but many came from difficult backgrounds, making it harder for authorities to track their movements. Families searched, but investigations stalled. Tips floated but rarely connected. And in the middle of it all stood an apartment building full of unanswered concerns that felt urgent yet unprovable. No one had enough information to call the police. No one had evidence. No one had seen anything explicitly wrong. All they had was intuition, and intuition rarely appears in a police report. The feeling everyone shared but no one understood. By this point, one thing was clear. The community around Jeffrey Dahmer felt something was wrong long before anyone could explain why. They felt it in the smell. They felt it in the noises. They felt it in the way Jeffrey stood too still, too quiet, too disconnected from the world around him. Many of them later said, "I knew something wasn't right. I just didn't know what." But what they didn't know, what they couldn't have known, was that their instincts were circling the truth all along. Something was wrong. Deeply wrong. And the warnings had been there from the beginning. But without proof. Without a spark. Without one undeniable moment. Suspicion remained just that, a shadow. A shadow that hovered outside apartment 213. A shadow waiting for the moment when the world would finally see what was hiding in the quiet. As the summer of 1991 unfolded, the Oxford apartments became a place where conversations were held in whispers. People lowered their voices when Jeffrey's name came up, but the whispering didn't stop. If anything, it grew more frequent, spreading from door to door, floor to floor. Tenants didn't openly accuse him of anything, they couldn't. They had no evidence, no single moment they could point to. But they shared a feeling that something dangerous lived too close to home. They started taking small precautions. Double-locking doors. Checking peepholes before stepping into the hallway. Closing windows that faced the courtyard. Walking faster at night. These habits weren't formed from panic, they were formed from instinct. Instinct that had begun to drown out politeness. Even people who had once brushed off concerns now admitted, quietly, maybe something is wrong. A knock that left a mark. One evening, Jeffrey's neighbor, the woman who had complained about smells and noises for months, heard something new, a sound that didn't fit the usual pattern. A sharp scrape, followed by a dull, muted slam. She froze. Her heart pounded. She listened. Silence. She walked to the hallway door, opened it slowly, and stepped into the dim corridor. The smell was stronger tonight, unmistakable, sour, heavy. It seemed to seep from beneath Jeffrey's door like fog. She stared down the hallway, waiting for a sign of movement. Nothing. For a moment, she considered knocking. Her fist hovered in the air. But she lowered it. Something inside her warned, "Don't open that door. Don't get closer." She backed away, closed her apartment door, and turned the lock twice. Her instincts were screaming by now, but fear kept her silent. It would not stay silent forever. Jeffrey begins to lose his mask. During this same period, Jeffrey's behavior became more noticeably unstable. The polite mask he had worn for so many years began to slip, not violently, but subtly, in ways only those closest to him noticed. His eyes no longer carried tiredness. They carried emptiness. His movements were slower, heavier. He walked like a man dragging the weight of his secrets behind him. He began forgetting small social niceties, nods, greetings, thank yous. Not because he didn't care, but because his mind was elsewhere, far away from the reality unfolding around him. Even his voice changed. Once soft and careful, it now sounded flat, drained, as though each word cost him something to speak. The neighbors who passed him in the hallway felt a coldness radiating from him, not anger, not hostility, but a kind of emotional vacancy that made people instinctively step aside. Something was wrong with him. They knew it. And Jeffrey knew they knew it. The night the smell became unbearable. One of the turning points came in early summer. Tenants stepped into the hallway and recoiled instantly. The odor was overwhelming, thicker, heavier, impossible to ignore. It seemed to fill the entire corridor, clinging to the walls, the carpet, even the stairwell. This time, tenants didn't whisper. They complained loudly, publicly, and insistently. This is getting worse. Someone needs to do something. We shouldn't have to live like this. This is not normal. The building manager arrived within hours. He marched directly to Jeffrey's door, knocking firmly. When Jeffrey answered, the manager didn't bother pretending to be calm. "We've talked about this," he said. "This smell is unacceptable. You need to handle it today." Jeffrey, pale and exhausted, nodded slowly. "Yes, sir," he whispered. "I'll take care of it." His voice was quiet, but something about it felt fragile, like it could break if pushed too hard. The manager hesitated, not out of fear, but out of a sudden strange sense of pity. Jeffrey looked lost, almost ill. But pity didn't solve the problem, and the conversation ended coldly. Jeffrey closed the door, and for the first time, the manager left feeling unsettled. Whatever was going on inside apartment 213 wasn't simple. It wasn't ordinary. And it wasn't going away. Another near miss, a suspicious bag. Around the same time, a tenant noticed Jeffrey returning home late at night carrying a large garbage bag, heavy, sagging, almost dragging on the floor. It wasn't unusual for tenants to take out trash, but Jeffrey wasn't heading toward the dumpsters. He was bringing the bag into his apartment. The neighbor watched from his door, hidden by the angle of the hallway. Jeffrey struggled with the weight of the bag, fumbling with his keys, breathing heavily. For a moment, their eyes met. Just a flicker. Jeffrey froze, tense, as if waiting for a question. The neighbor said nothing. Jeffrey gave a tight, thin smile, nodded once, and disappeared inside. The neighbor slowly shut his door, shaken without understanding why. Only much later would he realize how close he had been to the truth. The community reaches its breaking point. By now, the apartment building had become a place where nobody felt fully safe, though nobody could explain their fear. Suspicion was everywhere, yet nothing was concrete. Tenants began discussing Jeffrey more frequently. He doesn't act normal. He doesn't have friends. What's with that smell? Something is wrong with him. He scares me. For the first time, people talked about calling the police again, not over a specific crime, not over direct evidence, but over the cumulative weight of everything strange happening on the third floor. Still, no one made the call. Why? Because people worry about making mistakes. About accusing someone unfairly. About misinterpreting harmless behavior. About imagining danger where none exists. And Jeffrey Dahmer relied on that hesitation. He relied on the kindness of people who didn't want to cause trouble. He relied on the doubt that made neighbors second-guess their instincts. He relied on silence. But silence cannot last forever. The landlord's final warning. One final visit from the landlord marked the shift that would eventually close in around Jeffrey. He confronted Jeffrey more sternly than ever before, insisting that the smell, the complaints, and the disturbances needed to end. Jeffrey gave the same explanation, but his voice cracked slightly. His gaze drifted. His hands trembled. He seemed less composed, less confident, less capable of maintaining the illusion he had crafted. "It's under control," he whispered. It wasn't. Not anymore. The landlord left with a feeling he couldn't shake, a sinking intuition that something was deeply wrong inside that apartment. He didn't act on it. He didn't file a report. He didn't demand entry. But for the first time, he walked away unsettled. And in that moment, the first real crack formed in Jeffrey Dahmer's protective shell. A community that spoke too late. By now, neighbors were speaking more openly. They warned each other about the third floor. They advised friends to avoid the hallway. Some even thought about moving out altogether. Still, no one imagined the truth. They thought he was strange. They thought he was hiding something. They thought he might be dangerous. But no one imagined what the walls of apartment 213 truly concealed. And in that gap, between suspicion and certainty, Jeffrey Dahmer remained free. For a little longer. As the final weeks before Jeffrey Dahmer's arrest approached, life inside the Oxford apartments reached a point of collective unease. People didn't whisper anymore, they spoke plainly, openly, with concern heavy in their voices. What once felt like an odd tenant now felt like a threat that lived too close. The building was tired. Tired of the smell. Tired of the noise. Tired of discomfort. Tired of explanations that never quite made sense. And above all, tired of fear. Fear that grew stronger each time someone stepped into the hallway and felt the thick, stale air near apartment 213. Fear that crept into quiet moments at night. Fear that settled into the people who lived there, even if they didn't yet understand why. The neighbors start connecting the dots. One by one, residents began sharing experiences. A man from the first floor mentioned seeing Jeffrey fumbling with large garbage bags late at night. A woman from the second floor described hearing crying or distressing noises through the vents. Another tenant recalled the sour chemical smell that lingered after Jeffrey opened his door. Alone, these incidents meant little. Together, they formed a troubling mosaic. "It's not normal," someone finally said aloud. "We need to do something." But doing something wasn't simple. There were no crimes reported. No proof. No specific incident to point to. All they had was unease, and unease is not evidence. Still, the conversations intensified. "He's hiding something. He's unstable. That smell isn't food, it can't be. I don't want my children near him. I'm scared to live here." The building manager, overwhelmed by complaints, planned another visit. But this time, he hesitated. Something about confronting Jeffrey felt dangerous now, not physically, but emotionally. Psychologically. It felt like stepping into a room where the temperature never changed, where the air never moved. Still, he knew he had to say something. He had a responsibility. Or so he thought. Jeffrey feels the pressure. Inside apartment 213, Jeffrey felt the pressure closing in. It seeped in through the walls, through the doorknob, through the floor beneath his feet. He felt eyes on him, not directly, but in the way people reacted when he passed them in the hall. They were watching him now. Not openly. Not accusingly. But with tension, with caution, with a kind of quiet fear. And fear is impossible to hide. Jeffrey tried to act normal, but normalcy was slipping through his fingers. He no longer had the mental clarity to maintain the facade he once wore so easily. He forgot small lies. Forgot explanations. Forgot to appear calm when people knocked on his door. His drinking accelerated dramatically, creating a haze in which he lived hour to hour rather than day to day. He barely slept. His thoughts spiraled. His paranoia intensified. The apartment, once his sanctuary, now amplified his anxiety. The walls felt too close. The air too thick. The silence too loud. Each time someone walked past his door, Jeffrey paused, listening, holding his breath. Every footstep felt like a threat. Every conversation outside felt like a plot. Every complaint felt like a countdown. He knew he couldn't maintain this much longer. But he didn't know how to stop. The night of the hallway incident. One night, a tenant from the second floor was heading upstairs when he heard movement in the hallway, quick, frantic, and uneven. As he rounded the corner, he saw Jeffrey standing in front of his own door, breathing heavily, his clothes rumpled, his posture rigid. Jeffrey froze when he noticed the man approaching. For a brief moment, neither spoke. The hallway felt colder. The lights hummed subtly, the only sound filling the space. "You all right, man?" the tenant asked. Cautiously, sensing something tense and unsettling. Jeffrey's voice cracked slightly. "Yeah, just tired." But his eyes told a different story, wide, empty, panicked. The tenant nodded slowly, stepped around him, and walked to his apartment. But once inside, he locked the door immediately, heart racing, unsure why the encounter frightened him so much. Later, he would describe Jeffrey's expression as the look of a man whose world was collapsing. He wasn't wrong. The community prepares to act. After that night, more residents spoke up. This time, the warnings sounded urgent. "He scares me. He's unstable. He's acting strange. Something bad is going to happen." People discussed calling the police again, not about the smell, not about the noise, but about the collective uneasiness that had risen to the surface. Still, they hesitated. Who do you call when something feels wrong but nothing has happened? The building manager decided he would confront Jeffrey again the next morning, firmly, directly, without accepting another excuse. But fate intervened. Because that night, someone else crossed Jeffrey's path. Someone who would survive. Someone who would run. Someone who would speak. And the entire building, the neighbors, the landlord, the police, would finally face the truth they had sensed for months. Apartment 213 would not stay silent much longer. Everything was about to break. The neighbors had been right. Their instincts had been right. Their fear had been justified. They sensed the storm long before they saw it. They felt the threat long before it had a name. They lived beside danger long before they understood its depth. Their warnings weren't loud enough to stop him. But they were loud enough to be remembered. And soon. Very soon. The silence of apartment 213 would shatter. The world was about to learn what the Oxford apartments had been whispering all along. The community had seen the signs. They just didn't know how to interpret. Chapter 11, Capture and Confession, The End of the Silence. On the evening of July 22, 1991, the air over Milwaukee felt unusually heavy. The heat clung to the buildings, the sidewalks, the quiet neighborhoods that stretched into the night. People were sitting on porches, fans humming in open windows, conversations drifting through thin summer air. Inside the Oxford apartments, the halls were still, that strange, uneasy stillness that had become familiar to the tenants who lived there. The smell wasn't as strong that night, but the tension was. The building felt like it was holding its breath. And in apartment 213, Jeffrey Dahmer moved through the dimly lit rooms like a man caught between exhaustion and panic. His thoughts were frayed, drifting, tangled. His routines had slipped, and his control had weakened in ways he didn't fully understand. He wasn't expecting company that night. But fate had other plans. Shortly after 10 p.m., Jeffrey met a young man outside a local store, an encounter that felt, at first, like so many of his others. Calm conversation. Soft voice. That nervous, tired politeness that everyone recognized. Jeffrey offered money to take photographs. A simple exchange, framed politely. Nothing aggressive. Nothing alarming. The young man hesitated, but something about Jeffrey's quiet demeanor, the same demeanor that had protected him for years, made the offer seem less threatening than it should have. He agreed. And with that agreement, the final thread in Jeffrey Dahmer's life began to unravel. Inside apartment 213. When they stepped into Jeffrey's apartment, the young man paused. People always paused. The air felt wrong. Thick. Stagnant. Weighted with something no one could name. The smell was present, faint but strange, the kind that made instinct whisper leave even when logic offered no reason. Jeffrey tried to act normal. Tried to keep his voice steady. Tried to move with his usual slow calm. But inside, panic was tightening. Around him like a fist. He sensed the fragility of his world, the nearness of collapse. He wasn't thinking clearly. His mind flickered between impulses, fears, and the familiar desire to keep the situation under control, whatever control meant to him now. The visitor sensed tension but couldn't identify the source. Jeffrey's apartment felt like a place that had swallowed sound, light, and time. Something was off. He felt it immediately. But before fear took hold, Jeffrey tried to steady the moment, offering a drink, turning on music, dimming the lights. He relied on habits, on the routines that had once protected him. This time, they would fail. A moment of instinct. As the moments passed, the visitor began noticing little things, details that didn't fit the picture Jeffrey tried to project. A strange odor from the back room. Odd chemicals stacked near the fish tank. A locked door that looked reinforced. A barrel in the corner that didn't belong in an apartment. And above all, the unsettling quiet. Jeffrey's behavior became more inconsistent, his hands trembling slightly, his eyes darting toward the door as if expecting it to burst open. His voice shifted between overly calm and strangely rushed. He seemed distracted, nervous, caught in an inner battle he couldn't hide anymore. The visitor's instincts sharpened. Something was wrong. Deeply wrong. And at that moment, something inside Jeffrey finally broke. His mask, the quiet, polite, soft-spoken mask he had worn for years, cracked. He moved too quickly. Too aggressively. Too suddenly. Fear surged through the visitor. Survival instinct kicked in. And hope, the same faint hope that had kept neighbors quiet for so long, finally found a voice. A struggle followed, not loud, not chaotic, but desperate and determined. The visitor fought, twisted free, ran for the door, burst out into the hallway, and sprinted down the stairs as fast as he could. He didn't look back. For the first time in Jeffrey Dahmer's life, someone had escaped. Someone ran. Someone lived. Someone spoke. And the silence of apartment 213, the silence that had protected Jeffrey for years, shattered. The police arrive. Just minutes later, 2 Milwaukee police officers responded to a call about a distressed young man waving them down in the street. He spoke quickly, breathlessly, pointing toward the Oxford apartments, toward the stairway, toward apartment 213. The officers listened, really listened, sensing the fear in his voice, the urgency that hinted at danger beyond the ordinary. They walked up the stairs. They approached the familiar door. A door they had knocked on before. A door they had once left without stepping inside. This time, they would not leave. Jeffrey answered calmly, too calmly, but he knew instantly that the mask was gone. He saw it in the officers' eyes. They weren't accepting his explanations. They weren't satisfied with his soft words. The officers stepped beyond the doorway. The air changed. The room changed. The silence changed. And for the first time in years, someone other than Jeffrey saw inside the world he had tried to keep hidden. The truth began to reveal itself, quietly, steadily, undeniably. Jeffrey Dahmer's life of secrecy was over. The moment the two officers stepped inside apartment 213, the atmosphere shifted. It wasn't dramatic or loud, it was subtle, heavy, the way the air feels just before a storm finally breaks. Even without knowing what they were walking into, both officers sensed something was deeply wrong. The apartment was dim, lit by a single lamp that cast long shadows across the carpet. The blinds were closed tightly, keeping out the warm glow of the Milwaukee night. The rooms felt still, unmoving, as if time itself had stalled within the walls. Jeffrey stood a few feet behind them, quiet, watching. He didn't argue. He didn't protest. He didn't raise his voice or demand they leave. His calmness wasn't reassuring, it was unsettling. Too calm. Too controlled. Too resigned. As though he already understood that this moment had been coming for a long time. The first shift in the officer's tone. The officers began asking simple, procedural questions. Who lived here? What happened earlier? Why was the young man so frightened? Jeffrey answered softly, clearly, carefully. His voice was steady, but his hands betrayed him. They trembled faintly, the slightest shake, like a man trying to hold on to something that had already slipped away. One of the officers noticed it. The first real crack in Jeffrey's mask. "Mind if we take a look around?" the officer asked. Jeffrey hesitated for the briefest moment, not long enough to refuse, but long enough to reveal fear. Then he nodded. "Go ahead." The words left his mouth quietly, almost gently, but underneath them was something else, a surrender. A search that changes everything. The officers moved deeper into the apartment. Each step revealed something that felt out of place, out of character, out of balance. Containers that didn't belong in a living room. Chemicals that seemed unnecessary for a one-bedroom apartment. Locked drawers. Unusual tools on the counter. A barrel tucked farther back than it should have been. Nothing was explicit. Nothing was immediately identifiable. But everything felt wrong. The smell, faint earlier in the evening, now pressed against the officer's senses, not overpowering, but distinct enough to raise suspicion. It lingered in the corners like an unwelcome guest, clinging to the air. One officer opened a drawer. A small clue inside made him pause. Another opened the refrigerator. What he saw made him inhale sharply, not in horror, but in realization. This was no ordinary apartment. This was no ordinary resident. And the missing pieces of so many unanswered questions had suddenly found a home. He turned toward Jeffrey. The soft-spoken man who had lived unnoticed for years now stood motionless in the doorway, his expression blank, neither angry nor fearful, simply defeated. As if everything he had held inside for so long was finally too heavy to carry. Jeffrey's calm collapse. When the officers confronted him, Jeffrey didn't run. He didn't fight. He didn't shout. He didn't deny anything. He simply whispered. "For what I did. I should be dead." Those words, spoken in a calm, almost gentle voice, stunned the officers more than any discovery in the apartment. There was no attempt to explain, no pleas of innocence, no anger at being caught. Just surrender. Jeffrey's legs seemed to weaken slightly, and for the first time in hours, perhaps even days, he looked human. Not calm. Not composed. Not hidden. Human. Broken. Exhausted. Resigned. The officers handcuffed him carefully, cautiously, unsure whether he might lash out or collapse entirely. But Jeffrey didn't resist. He didn't speak. He didn't even look at them. He just walked where they guided him, as though the weight of his secrets had finally been lifted, not in relief, but in inevitability. Neighbors watch in silence. As the officers escorted Jeffrey out of the Oxford apartments, the sound of footsteps traveled down the hallway. Doors opened cautiously. Faces peeked through cracks. People who had sensed something wrong for months now stood watching quietly, their fears confirmed without needing a single explanation. Jeffrey didn't look at any of them. He kept his eyes low, shoulders slumped, expression blank. For the first time, the community saw the truth reflected in his posture. This wasn't the quiet neighbor they thought they knew. This wasn't the polite man with tired eyes. This wasn't simply someone who kept to himself. Something darker had lived in their building all along. And now, it was leaving in handcuffs. No screams. No chaos. Just silence. The same silence Jeffrey had used as a shield for years. The city awakens. News traveled fast. Before dawn, Milwaukee was buzzing with rumors. Before noon, it became a story. Before evening, it became a national headline. A quiet man. An ordinary apartment. A name nobody knew, until now. Jeffrey Dahmer. The city that once walked past him without a second glance now replayed every missed warning, every ignored intuition, every uneasy moment they brushed aside. But nobody knew the full story yet. Only Jeffrey did. And soon, he would tell it. Jeffrey Dahmer sat in the small interrogation room with his hands cuffed, his posture slouched, his eyes fixed on the floor. The room was plain, a metal table, 2 chairs, a dim overhead light humming faintly. For the first time in years, Jeffrey was somewhere he couldn't control the space around him. The silence wasn't his anymore. Detectives entered slowly, cautiously. They didn't know what kind of man they were dealing with, only that the apartment behind him had revealed enough to change their understanding of the case forever. They expected resistance, denial, anger, panic, something unpredictable. But the man in front of them didn't show any of that. He looked like someone who had finally run out of places to hide. Jeffrey speaks. When detectives asked him to state his name, he answered quietly. Jeffrey Lionel Dahmer. His voice was flat, steady, almost gentle. It didn't match the storm that surrounded the investigation. It didn't match the urgency that brought officers to the station. It didn't match the air of fear that was beginning to grip Milwaukee. Detectives asked him what happened in the apartment. He took a slow breath. Looked up briefly. Then lowered his eyes again. I think, you already know. That answer set the tone for everything that followed. No defiance. No excuses. No attempts to minimize. Only resignation. As if, for Jeffrey, this moment wasn't a dramatic fall, it was a release. An inevitable end to a secret life he no longer had the strength to maintain. The confession begins slowly. Detectives asked one question at a time. They expected short answers. Evasive responses. Confusion. Deflection. But Jeffrey was clear. He didn't hesitate. He didn't ask for a lawyer. He didn't try to negotiate. Instead, he spoke quietly and deliberately, explaining events as though he were describing a long, dark chapter of someone else's life. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't cry. He didn't shift blame. His tone was eerie in its steadiness, soft, calm, almost detached. The detectives could sense that Jeffrey wasn't confessing out of guilt or remorse. He was confessing because he had finally reached the end of a path he had been walking alone for years. He was tired. Exhausted. Done. The secrets that once controlled him were now spilling into the room with a strange, unsettling ease. Detectives tried to understand. As the hours passed, detectives shifted their focus from just gathering facts to understanding the man in front of them. How did someone so quiet, so unremarkable, live with such darkness hidden behind closed doors? They asked about his childhood, his adolescence, his isolation, his drinking, his thoughts, his compulsions. Jeffrey answered each question with the same calm, steady voice. He didn't dramatize. He didn't exaggerate. He didn't offer excuses. "I didn't want to be alone," he said at one point, his voice barely above a whisper. It wasn't an explanation, not really, but it offered detectives a glimpse into a mind shaped by fear, loneliness, and abandonment. A mind that had spiraled down a path he couldn't control. The officers' reactions. The detectives interviewing Jeffrey were not new to darkness. They had seen violent crime. They had heard confessions before. They had dealt with people who tried to manipulate, deceive, or intimidate. But Jeffrey wasn't like any of them. What unsettled the officers wasn't anger or violence. It was the calm. The quiet. The eerie lack of emotion. He spoke as though he had rehearsed this moment 1,000 times, not in detail, but in acceptance. He knew what was coming. And he didn't fight it. Detectives left the room in shifts, stepping into the hallway to breathe, to process, to gather themselves before returning. The weight of Jeffrey's quiet confessions lingered in the air like fog. No shouting. No argument. No outbursts. Just truth, delivered in whispers. Jeffrey's final admission. After hours of questioning, one detective finally asked him, "Why are you telling us all this?" Jeffrey paused. His eyes drifted toward the table, unfocused. Then he answered in a voice too calm for the moment. "It's over. I couldn't stop myself. I didn't want to keep living like this. Someone had to know." That was the core of it, not remorse, but exhaustion. Jeffrey Dahmer had lived a life built on secrets, fear, and compulsion. And now, confronted with the truth spilling into daylight, he surrendered to it fully. The man who had hidden everything for so long finally had nothing left to hide. The city reacts. Meanwhile, outside the station, Milwaukee began to unravel. News crews gathered. Residents stood in disbelief. Journalists scrambled for details. Families of missing men waited for answers, some praying, some fearing, all unprepared for what they would learn. Jeffrey Dahmer hadn't just been captured. He had confessed. And the city, the country, and eventually the world would never view him the same way again. The silence ends. For years, Jeffrey Dahmer used silence as a shield. Silence in his apartment. Silence in the hallway. Silence in his life. Now, that silence was gone. In its place stood truth, heavy, unsettling, complete. And Jeffrey Dahmer, the quiet man behind the door of apartment 213, now faced the consequences of years spent hiding in plain sight. The silence had finally ended. The world was ready to hear the story. Jeffrey was ready to tell it. Chapter 12, The Trial, Justice and Shockwaves. The sun hadn't yet risen when people began gathering outside the Milwaukee County Courthouse. News vans lined the street. Reporters rehearsed their lines. Camera flashes snapped even before anything happened. It wasn't just a trial, it was a moment the entire country was preparing to witness. Inside the building, the halls echoed with footsteps. Attorneys hurried through doors. Journalists whispered into tape recorders. Families of victims sat quietly, holding on to photographs, hope, and heartbreak. The world knew Jeffrey Dahmer's name now. And the courtroom would soon hear his voice. This was no ordinary case. Not for the city. Not for the families. And not for the legal system trying to understand a man who defied every simple category. Jeffrey arrives in silence. Jeffrey was escorted into the courthouse wearing a soft yellow prison jumpsuit. His posture was slightly hunched, his hands cuffed, his eyes focused on the floor rather than the crowd gathered around him. People expected a monster. They expected a threatening presence, anger, aggression. Instead, they saw the same man neighbors described for years, quiet, calm, expressionless. Almost disturbingly ordinary. That contrast shook the room. Victims' families looked at him with disbelief. Reporters scribbled the word calm more times than they expected. And the public struggled with the unsettling truth. Evil didn't always look like a villain. Sometimes, it looked like a man who avoided eye contact and walked quietly. Preparing for a trial unlike any other. The prosecution had a monumental task. To present a case that honored the victims, respected the families, and held Jeffrey accountable for years of hidden horror, all without letting the courtroom become overwhelmed by the weight of the details. They spent weeks preparing. Organizing witness statements. Analyzing evidence. Consulting psychologists. They approached the case with seriousness, empathy, and caution. The defense, meanwhile, faced a different challenge. They were not trying to claim innocence. Jeffrey had confessed, openly, calmly, without hesitation. Their job was to understand why he did what he did. What shaped him? What broke inside him? What made him different? For them, the question wasn't about guilt. It was about sanity. Was Jeffrey Dahmer in control of his actions? Or was he driven by forces he could not stop? This question would define the entire trial. The world watches. As the first day approached, the world tuned in. News channels ran hour-long segments. Newspapers printed special editions. Psychologists, criminologists, and legal analysts debated what the trial would reveal. Everyone wanted to understand how someone so quiet, so unnoticed, could hide such darkness for so long. But deep down, beneath the curiosity, lay another emotion. Fear. Fear that someone like Jeffrey could exist. Fear that he had lived unnoticed in a city for years. Fear that no one had seen the signs clearly enough to stop him. The trial wasn't just about justice. It was about trying to make sense of the senseless. Inside the courtroom, a tense stillness. When the trial finally began, the courtroom felt like a held breath. Rows were filled with victims' families, community members, reporters, and officers who had worked on the case. Each person carried their own version of grief, some quiet, some visible, some too deep for words. Jeffrey sat beside his attorneys, hands folded neatly, expression unchanged. He didn't look around. He didn't react to whispers. He didn't make eye contact with anyone. He simply waited, silently, as the proceedings began. The judge entered. Everyone rose. The trial of Jeffrey Dahmer officially started. The charges are read. The prosecutor stood and began listing the charges, one by one. The list seemed endless. The courtroom grew heavier with each name, each date, each count. Jeffrey didn't flinch. He didn't lower his gaze or raise it. He listened without expression, as though hearing someone else's story. But the families reacted with every word. A hand squeezing another hand. A quiet sob. A deep breath. A tear sliding down someone's face. To them, each charge wasn't just evidence. It was personal. It was a memory. It was a son, a brother, a friend. And with every name spoken, the reality of the trial became clearer. This wasn't just a legal process. It was a reckoning. The debate, sanity or insanity. When the defense rose to speak, the courtroom leaned forward. Everyone wondered how they would justify their argument. Their position was simple but profound. Jeffrey Dahmer was mentally ill. Not excused. Not absolved. But broken. They described years of isolation, troubling thoughts, compulsions he didn't understand, and a psychological descent that left him disconnected from reality. The prosecution disagreed. They argued that Jeffrey was fully aware of his actions. He planned them, hid them, lied about them, and controlled them. Sanity versus insanity. Control versus compulsion. Awareness versus distortion. Two opposing narratives. One man at the center. And a jury tasked with understanding a mind that even experts struggled to explain. Jeffrey's behavior during testimony. Throughout hours of testimony, Jeffrey remained unchanged. No visible remorse. No anger. No visible emotional sway. Just stillness. He answered questions softly when required. He nodded when addressed. He maintained the polite composure that had fooled neighbors for years. But beneath that calm exterior, detectives who had interviewed him recognized something else. A deep emptiness. A hollow space where emotion should have lived. A vacancy that made him difficult to read, and even harder to understand. He wasn't defiant. He wasn't manipulative. He simply existed in the room like a shadow. And that, in its own way, was more unsettling than any outburst would have been. The trial moves forward. As the days went on, testimony continued. Experts took the stand. Officers described the night of his arrest. Neighbors spoke about the smells, the noises, the uneasy encounters. Piece by piece, the story of Jeffrey Dahmer's life, and his hidden world, unfolded in front of the jury. But the most impactful part of the trial had yet to come. Soon, Jeffrey himself would speak. And the courtroom would hear his voice in a way the world never had before. Quiet. Measured. Direct. And hauntingly calm. The courtroom had settled into a rhythm, a slow, heavy pace that matched the weight of the case itself. Every witness, every expert, every officer who took the stand added another piece to the picture. But even with so much testimony, one truth remained. No one could fully explain Jeffrey Dahmer. Not the police who captured him. Not the neighbors who lived beside him. Not even the psychologists who studied him. And that mystery hovered over the courtroom like a quiet cloud, shaping every moment that passed. Expert testimony begins. Psychiatrists and psychologists were called one after another. Each held thick folders of notes, each carrying years of training, and each approached the stand with the seriousness the case demanded. Their task was to untangle the thoughts and patterns inside Jeffrey's mind, a mind shaped by isolation, compulsion, trauma, and an internal disconnect he couldn't articulate. Some experts spoke of mental illness. Some spoke of deep psychological disturbances. Others argued he had full awareness of his actions and chose to continue regardless. The debate grew sharper. One expert described Jeffrey as a man who lived in a constant state of emotional detachment, someone who didn't connect to people in a way most humans do. Another claimed Jeffrey showed signs of long-term pathology that blurred his understanding of empathy and morality. Yet another argued that Jeffrey demonstrated planning, concealment, and control, signs of someone who understood right from wrong. It became clear that even among professionals, Jeffrey Dahmer defied simple categorization. Inside Jeffrey's mind, as told by experts. The courtroom leaned in as experts described patterns they had observed. A childhood marked by loneliness. Teenage years spent hiding troubling urges. Adulthood overshadowed by drinking, isolation, and compulsive thoughts. A life lived behind emotional walls. But one observation echoed again and again. Jeffrey Dahmer lived in silence, not just physical silence, but emotional silence. He had no close friends. No trustworthy confidants. No one he opened up to. No one who truly knew him. The courtroom learned that Jeffrey was a man who moved through the world like a ghost, present, but disconnected. Existing, but not living. Visible, but unnoticed. And that emptiness shaped everything. Family members speak. During the second week of the trial, family members of the victims were invited to speak. The courtroom grew still in a way that felt almost sacred, a collective breath held in respect. They talked about sons who never came home. Brothers who disappeared. Voices that went silent long before the truth emerged. Their testimonies were quiet, steady, filled with memories that lingered long after the words stopped. They spoke with love, not anger, remembering laughter, kindness, dreams, and futures that never unfolded. No one in the courtroom looked away. Not even Jeffrey. He kept his eyes lowered, hands clasped, listening to every word with a stillness that was difficult to read. There were no tears, no visible reactions, but something small shifted in his posture, a tightening of the shoulders, a deeper slump in his seat. It wasn't remorse. It wasn't empathy. It was something quieter, the weight of being confronted with the human reality of his actions, stripped of secrecy. The prosecution's case strengthens. The prosecution built its argument piece by piece, with the precision of craftsmen. They showed patterns, planning, concealment. They emphasized how Jeffrey operated in secrecy, how he protected his private world, how he maintained a facade that fooled neighbors and family alike. They presented the timeline. They connected the disappearances. They showed how calculated many of his decisions were. And through it all, Jeffrey sat quietly, absorbing each detail as though hearing a story about someone else, someone he did not recognize, yet someone he knew he could not deny. The prosecution didn't need dramatic gestures. They didn't raise their voices. They didn't use emotional appeals. Their strength was clarity. Fact after fact. Date after date. Detail after detail. A portrait of a man who understood what he was doing, and hid it. Jeffrey requests to speak. Midway through the trial, Jeffrey surprised everyone when he told his attorneys he wished to address the court. Not as a bargaining tool. Not as a defense. Simply to speak. When he rose to take the stand, the room went silent. Victims' families leaned forward. The judge watched closely. The public held its breath. Jeffrey looked up for the first time that day, not at anyone in particular, just toward the courtroom itself, as though acknowledging the weight of the moment. Then, in a quiet voice, he began. Jeffrey's statement to the court, calm, controlled, unemotional. He didn't offer excuses. He didn't ask for forgiveness. He didn't dramatize anything. He spoke slowly, almost mechanically, describing his lifelong struggle with isolation, compulsive thoughts, and urges he didn't understand. He admitted he had no emotional connection to others. He spoke of loneliness, fear of abandonment, and the spiral that began long before his crimes were discovered. He did not cry. He did not apologize in a traditional sense. He did not express hatred or anger or bitterness. His words were heavy because of their simplicity, a window into a mind that functioned differently from anything the courtroom had ever seen. When he finished speaking, the silence felt endless. No one knew what to make of him. Monster? Mentally ill? Emotionally fractured? All of the above. Jeffrey returned to his seat without looking at anyone, the room still stunned. The jury's burden. The jury now faced an impossible task. Not deciding whether Jeffrey Dahmer was guilty, he confessed. But deciding why he did what he did. Was he legally sane? Or was he mentally ill beyond control? They carried this question like a weight as they listened to the final testimonies, closing statements, and the judge's instructions. The courtroom watched them closely, sensing the pressure they felt. One decision would define the rest of Jeffrey's life. And the emotional closure for the families who had waited years for answers. The courtroom was silent on the morning the jury returned. Not the kind of silence found in empty rooms, but the heavy, collective stillness of people holding their breath. Every seat was filled. Families of the victims sat together in the first rows. Reporters formed a wall in the back. Camera shutters clicked softly, capturing the tension hanging in the air. When the jury entered, all eyes turned toward them. Their expressions were calm but strained, the faces of people who had carried a weight far heavier than they expected. Jeffrey Dahmer sat motionless. Hands folded. Head slightly bowed. No visible fear. No visible anticipation. Just quiet acceptance, as though he had prepared himself for this long before the trial even began. The judge calls for the verdict. The judge's voice echoed through the room. Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict? The foreperson stood. Yes, Your Honor. We have. A rustle of movement spread through the room, people shifting in their seats, leaning forward, bracing themselves. The judge nodded. The foreperson unfolded a small piece of paper. And the air thickened until it felt almost unbreathable. Then the words came. Jeffrey Dahmer is declared sane. First, the jury addressed the central question of the trial, Jeffrey Dahmer's sanity. On the issue of mental responsibility, we find the defendant legally sane. A gasp moved through the courtroom, soft, sharp, immediate. Victims' families clutched hands. Reporters scribbled urgently. The prosecution remained steady, expecting this result. Jeffrey did not react. Not a blink. Not a twitch. Not a single shift in his posture. He simply sat, absorbing the words with the same quiet calm that had followed him throughout the trial. Guilty on all counts. Then came the rest. For each count of homicide, we find the defendant guilty. Name after name. Charge after charge. Count after count. Each verdict delivered with clarity. Each word landing in the room like a soft, unavoidable weight. As the names were read, some families cried quietly. Some nodded. Some closed their eyes as though reclaiming a part of their grief. A few whispered prayers. Others simply stared at Jeffrey, not with hate, but with a sense of long overdue closure. By the time the final verdict was spoken, the courtroom felt different, heavier, yet somehow steadier. The truth had been acknowledged. Justice, in the legal sense, had been served. Jeffrey still showed no emotion. He listened as though listening to the weather, calm, detached, neither resisting nor embracing the outcome. But internally, something had shifted. Not remorse. Not fear. Something quieter. The realization that the life he had hidden for so long was now over forever. The judge speaks directly to Dahmer. When the verdicts were complete, the judge addressed Jeffrey directly. His tone was firm, his words measured. He spoke of the devastation caused. The pain inflicted. The lives altered forever. The depth of the crimes and the weight of responsibility. He stated plainly that society could never risk Jeffrey Dahmer being free again. Then came the sentence. Multiple consecutive life terms. No possibility of release. A sentence designed not just to punish, but to protect. Families respond. After the verdict, family members were given an opportunity to speak. Their voices were steady, emotional, and deeply human. Some spoke of the relief that justice had finally been done. Some spoke of pain that would never fully heal. Some expressed forgiveness. Others expressed anger. But all spoke with dignity. Jeffrey listened. He kept his eyes lowered, hands resting on the table, as if absorbing every word but unable to look at the people whose lives he had forever changed. He didn't defend himself. He didn't interrupt. He didn't attempt to soften anything. He sat in silence, not the silence he used to hide behind, but the silence of consequence. Jeffrey's final statement to the court. When given the opportunity to speak one last time, Jeffrey stood slowly. For a moment, he didn't speak. The courtroom waited. Then, in a calm voice, he offered a short statement, not an excuse, not a plea, but a quiet acknowledgement of the reality before him. He said he understood the pain he caused. He said he knew he could never undo it. He said he accepted the sentence. His voice did not rise. He did not cry. He simply spoke plainly, like a man who knew there was nothing left to hide behind. When he finished, he sat back down with the same slow, measured movement he had shown every day of the trial. Public reaction, shockwaves across the nation. Outside the courthouse, crowds gathered. News stations broadcast live coverage. People across the country reacted with a mix of shock, relief, confusion, and disbelief. The trial had revealed something unsettling about human nature. A reminder that danger can hide behind calm expressions, polite gestures, and quiet voices. For weeks, newspapers ran headlines analyzing the verdict. Psychologists debated what the trial meant for understanding extreme behavior. Communities questioned how someone like Jeffrey could go unnoticed for so long. The shockwaves didn't stop at Milwaukee's borders. They reached every state, every major city, every home following the story. Jeffrey Dahmer had become a symbol, not by intention, but by consequence. A final look back before prison. Before being transported to prison, Jeffrey was given a brief moment to gather his belongings and prepare for the next stage of his life, a life that would unfold behind razor wire and concrete. He walked through the courthouse corridors without resistance, surrounded by officers, reporters pressing at the glass, families watching from a distance. There was no triumph in his walk. No fear. No anger. Just quiet. The same quiet that had defined him for years. But now, it was a different kind of quiet. The quiet of someone who would never walk freely again. And in that silence, the world finally understood. Jeffrey Dahmer's story wasn't just about crime. It was about the consequences of isolation, secrecy, and a mind that unraveled without anyone noticing soon enough. The trial had ended. The truth had been spoken. The past could not be changed. But justice, at last, had been delivered.